Hey there, welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Just an extra day today because I really needed to go flying with friends today. If you take a look over there, that's what I'm calling the circus tent, and that little building right there, guess what? We found Airbrow, and it's time to fly. So hey there, welcome aboard 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in today. Yes, there was nothing on anything about today's flight. Today's the day that I've been talking about taking an extra day off, and just some things been going on. I just really needed to come and spend time with Flight Sim friends today and do a little bit of flying. So we'll come under the overpass. Plus, let's face it, we got a really cool new airplane. I'm really kind of excited about the 777 cargo liner here, and let me tell you, it's a pretty neat airplane. So welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. I hope you're doing well today. I did a video over on YouTube if you would like to see how it is that I set camera shots. It works for all airplanes, not just the big old 777 cargo liner, but I've got to say, I'm really enjoying the fact that we do have one there. So good to see you, and thank you so much for coming on in today. Let's see, Pauliot is here. Welcome aboard. Tim Dog, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming on in. Russ, I believe I saw Russ was in New York City or something like that. So Russ is back as well. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming on by today. And it's good to see you. Pyroblaster, George, and James the Catcher. James the Catcher has already gone and put together a nice week of flights. I just haven't put it into a nice format yet, so it looks good on screen. But James, thank you so much for coming on in today. Let me just come on over here real fast. I need to check one thing. Okay. I will go ahead and get a few things done here. I need to do one thing in the background here. And let me see if I'm doing it right. Okay. It's just a mod command that a command I've got to give in here. Okay, I don't know if I've done it right or not. All right. Let's see. I may have to go and do a few other things too. James the Catcher is here. Welcome in, James. Ollie Mod just arrived in here as well. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. As you look at the airplane over here, I've got to tell you, it really is just a fabulous airplane. I had so much fun yesterday just doing a little bit of a video in there. And finally, bonjour, Foggy Canadian. Thanks for coming in. Ollie Mod is here too. Had so much fun getting able to go over and do some of the really cool things over on just the YouTube video and setting up a cold and dark setting. Because, you know, there's some switches that are actually on in the airplane that really we need to go and, you know, have reset. Almost done. It's just one little thing that I've got to do here. All right, hang on. Okay, got that done. All right. Got it taken care of. Okay, thank you. Anyway, so there were some switches that I've had a problem with here in the 777 that shouldn't be on, like the transponder switch. When you sign on to VATSIM here, there it was over in Terra. Really ought to be in standby mode, so you're not just blasting away when you come in there. I also wanted to have the no smoking sign off and the nav light off. So we got those things taken care of too. Plus I've also, I preset ground power. So those are things that you can set up. And I showed the video about how it is that you can come on in here, even when the plane is completely powered off, and come down and just hold down the menu button here and go and set those kinds of things. So I really appreciate that. Martin says there is bad weather in India today. This really wasn't a thing, a challenging day. This was just a fly day, but I didn't know that there was bad weather in India today. Sky Ferry is in chat. Welcome aboard. Do you know why I get a landing gear malfunction in the A330? A landing gear malfunction. I don't know about that one. I don't know that at all. A landing gear malfunction. What, it like collapses when you land or something, Sky Ferry? J.U. Rogers 32. Hey, hello back to Texas and the Lone Star State. I hope the stars at night are big and bright and that Whataburger still tastes good. Thanks for coming in today. There is our next flight tomorrow. James, thank you for popping that in. That is the flight for tomorrow. And I appreciate you doing that. Like I said, there was other things. There were a few things that I learned about that I need to comply with in terms of, there's rules that you have to follow if you're a small business and stuff in the United States. Well, guess what? I don't just work in the United States. I work around the world. And there's some rules across the pond that I've got to follow too. And so I've had to drop back and punt and learn a little bit. So that's part of what's going on here today. You get a notice that your landing gear has malfunctioned. I have not ever gotten I have not done that yet. You've gotten a notification with your landing gear malfunction. Sky Ferry, I don't know about that. Have you turned on the front gear steering? Maybe that's it. J.U. Rogers, the book process continues. You've got 4 alpha readers on your story right now? No kidding. That's really great. I think that that's good that you've got that to do that. I think that alpha readers are good. Congratulations, and keep telling us how it's going and what's exciting and fun for you. Yeah, James, that's a good idea. Turn off random settings too. So let's see. Anyhow, here we all are, and I got the Lufty cargo. Someone was saying, I do like this livery. And you know, the thing is on this, on the Lufthansa, I gotta say, you know, there's some people that haven't liked the new logo on the back. You know, they missed the golden. And I believe that the official bird of Lufthansa is a crane. You know, like Denny Crane, but a crane bird, right? And so they missed the gold bird, and I remember that was their vintage livery. That being said, I think their livery's been growing on me too. I really do like this. And we now finally have a Lufty Cargo 777, which they fly cargo all around the world in, so that's really nice. So let's see. Pratt PT says spy hat, and Pratt says hydrate. Well, we're going to have to use a Boeing hat today, with thanks to my dad for a very nice Boeing hat for Christmas. And hydrate, I got spy tea. I hope you have your favorite beverage too. So the thing is I flew the default. Now it's from any builds, but I flew the default A330 across the pond. I didn't have a problem at all with it. So something is weird. You know, I also wonder if there might be some sort of a control configuration problem. Maybe you've got a key binding or stuff that only lets the gear go up, but doesn't let the gear go down. That might be another thing. Sometimes your key bindings can cause a problem too. I am going to turn on some spy jazz here.
Top clearance granted,
and
agent.
go and do that.
Loyalty
Wabi,
noted.
thank you for becoming a subscriber. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Wabi. Again, thank you for keeping those up. It's on Twitch right now. There's some of the support is kind of falling off for all the live streamers here. So those of you that are continuing to support your favorite live streamers on Twitch, especially with everything going crazy right now, thank you for doing that. I think it might be switched on failures too, or there's a control binding. James the Catcher is not a huge fan of hot tea, but you loved iced tea. Hot tea in the wintertime. Hot tea in the wintertime, but iced tea, and even iced tea in the summertime. So, you know, I usually, you know, I've got one of those big, you know, well, it's right here. It is a wine carafe. And this is what I keep in the refrigerator, and that's where I keep the tea. So it's just right here during the spy flight and stuff. But it is really cool. I like it an awful lot too. Well, there is an awful lot of tea that is drunk in the UK, I am told. I am told it is the official beverage, perhaps, or something along those lines. Shall we go ahead and do the flight? I appreciate you being here. Thanks for coming in. We got, let's see, we've got Volanta going. We got everything good and set. Let's go ahead and start doing airplane things. So the first thing that I like to do now that I have everything coming in here, Olimod says so that iced tea is sacrilege. Really? It's a bad thing? No kidding. I had no idea that that would be considered something bad. Okay, first thing that I usually do is we'll go to the electronic flight bag and request data for the flight. Oh, I gotta do all of these things. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Sorry about this. We gotta go and do a few things here, including... So let's see, I need to go and set up the camera. Today is a little bit out of crazy. It's a little crazy right now because I wasn't planning on, well, I was kind of planning on doing this, but didn't get everything set up right. So would you go and check the weather outside of Spy HQ? Looks like a beautiful day in the neighborhood while I go and enter in my data here. Okay, so hang on. And I need to also put in my Hoppy ACARS. I think it's because this is the first time that I've flown the Lufthansa cargo airplane. And that looks good. It says my Hoppy ACARS ID is valid. So let's come on back in here and see if I can do my Navigraph charts real fast. I may need to go and do Navigraph charts. Hang on. Currently installed cycle. Okay, you guys can come back in. I'm sorry about that. Guten Abend, Tomsek. We are just down the road for you in München right now. Because I had to put my Hoppy ACARS back in. Actually, I had to put it in for the first time in this airplane. Okay, nav data is updated and complete in this airplane. Whoops, that was not supposed to happen. Look at the weather one more time. Let's make sure I didn't screw it up. Okay, I think we're good to go there. Now come back in. I think we're done with this super secret squirrel stuff. Okay, Tomsek, thank you for coming by today. Appreciate you stopping in. Data, and there we go. It is München to East Midlands. So that looks good. Let's see if this is going to work. There's our Navigraph maps. That looks really good too. So now we can come over, and for immersion's sake, we're going to go to ground vehicles, and I'm going to request stairs. And stairs are there, and it's also going to open up our front door for us. So we're all good to go there. Okay, so with that, now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to request side cargo. Now my airplane is empty. So I've gone in and I reset my cold and dark so that because the airplane is loaded. And so I've gone and done that. James is arriving in San Francisco and going down to Australia. You're doing some long flights today there, James. Wow. Okay, and as you see, if we kind of come in here, you can see the doors opening here, and my airplane is empty. So that's kind of cool. And if we look around here, here's my back wing view. You can come around, come around, come around. And not only can you see, there's the big door opening. Pyroblaster, you got your McDo today? I know, hasn't it taken a long time for some of those to arrive? I'm really glad you got yours. Glad you got your McDo. Okay, so we've got the doors open. Let's see here. Over here on ground connections, I have a ground power card in, and that's all we need. Okay, so that's good. Took 4. I know it did take a while. Hi, Irvy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. All right, all this is good. Let's go ahead and turn power on the airplane. So look up here. There's the battery. Always get a charge out of turning on the battery. Dogs! I just needed to spend some time with friends today. There's been some behind the scenes things going on, and I needed some friends, airplane friend time today. Okay, so let's come on up here. We're going to turn on the cabin utilities. Emergency exit lights are armed and guarded. Window heat is going on, and we're going to turn on the ADARUs. And all of that looks good. Up, you know what? We got to come over and turn the nav lights on. Let everybody on the ground know there's some idiot up in the cockpit pushing buttons. And no smoking is going to go to on while we're on the ground, because we have to engage in the that special thing that they did in the special episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000 called refueling. So we got to go and pop that in there too. All right, now while the airplane is powering up, let's come on down here and we're going to go and do charts, because it actually takes a while for this airplane to turn itself on. Let's see. Martin says posture check and stretch. Let's do a sort of posture check and stretch. Oh my gosh. Ugh. And let's do the departure chart over there. And we can go and start popping some things in. Thank you for reminding me to sit up straight. All right, go to the airport. And then here in München, I usually like to go in and I will grab taxi stands east and west first. Then I will come over and grab the airport. So that way, the parking stands also give you really good taxiway markings in here. The taxi chart is about the same as the other chart. Well, maybe actually this one's pretty good. Maybe that's better than this. Maybe that's better than this. I'm going to start doing the taxi chart. I know in Frankfurt it's better to get the east and west stands. It's a little bit bigger. Hey, Wig Bill, welcome aboard. And Dogs has great news. There is a new airline coming, and that's going to be service from Taipei to Phoenix. What if I'm not really a Type A person? I'm a Type B person. Sorry, Dogs, great news for you. Sorry to turn it into such a stupid joke. Yellow flags on the field. See, that's the way it should be. Yellow flags all over the field. Okay, we're doing the Give Me One Sierra departure. So Give Me One Sierra. That's the second one right there. And remember, I know the bad jokes have already started. Oh, I had the wrong chart up too. So if you are on YouTube, I finally have the YouTube chat up too. Sorry about that. Remember, here in Germany, we usually, like in the UK, you're going to have an initial climb clearance. So 7,000 feet. Be sure you remember that. Yes, the comedy club's open, isn't it, Ollie Mod? Okay, coming into East Midlands, we're doing the Hemel 1 Echo arrival. Here is Hemel 1 Echo. Then you need to do the initial runways approach via Pigot, and we're going to do runway 09 via Pigot. And then the approach is going to be runway 9. And so we have NDB, ILS. It doesn't look like an ILS, but it's this thing at the top. And then we need to go over and grab the airport. And then what you want is east and west aprons, because, you know, East Midlands is a very, very big cargo terminal. Okay, so we're all good to go there. And now I'm going to go to pinned. And all of our charts are right where we need them. And the airplane's up and running too. Okay, FMC. And navigation data is good till June 12th of 2025, so that's good news there. So let's do our position init. And we are at München, EDDM. And I am at stand number. Let's see. If we come over here, hopefully this is working. I think it's 905. 903. Boy, am I glad I checked. Because we need to know that. Because we get to do CPDLC here. Okay, so that looks really good too. So 903 is our stand. 903 is our gate number. And compare that with your GPS. Put the GPS actually in there, and that looks good. Okay, let's come over here and request the route. And it's EDDM to EGNX. And now this is the point. So if you go back into the cabin, this is when we go and load up the airplane. It's empty right now, so set the payload. And you see how the airplane kind of went like this? Now if you go back here and look, you'll see all of a sudden, all of our stuff's there, and we're right by the Aston Martin DB5. Our spy car is right there where we need it. Okay, why is that up? And why can't I get rid of the taskbar thing? There we go. Putting the taskbar over on this monitor has been a pain. Okay, let's also set our fuel. Now fuel is set. We'll clear those two, and now I'm going to select our route. And that takes a second. We have got a big shipment from Airbrow.
Subscriber confirmed.
There.
Top
Oh my
clearance
gosh,
granted.
we've got a
Vacant.
really nice
Loyalty
resub from
noted.
Sunjammer today. Sunjammer! Just a minute, Robin Hood. Sunjammer, I have got... okay, so one of the things that happens is Sunjammer comes in, and usually on a resub day gives me, puts in a movie quote, and you got me totally stuck. I have no idea what that is from. I have no clue what that's from, Sunjammer. But hey, Sunjammer has been here for 83 months. One of the original, people that discovered the spy flight. Thank you for still being here. Thank you for such great jet fuel in the flight plan. But thanks for being such a great flight sim friend too. And Sunjammer's on a 40-stream streak, and Lenny Bobbins is back. Hi, Lenny. I hear you've been really, really busy lately. I hope that it has been a good kind of busy, and that all is right with the world with you. And load. Here comes the flight plan. Ollymod's guessing Robin Hood. John is in chat. Should I be worried my phone started to smoke before? Oh, yeah, I think so. Smoking is not something that phones generally do. Nope. Lenny has indeed been busy. Again, it's great to hear that it is a good kind of busy. My hope is you've still been able to do some stitching and stuff like that. Otherwise, you realize we might needle you on that just a little bit. Kidding. Okay, I need to do ATC. And we're going to do a clearance request through this. Now, Robin Hood says it was Robin Hood. No, Robin Hood says no, it was Sunjammer. Sunjammer says it was Prince of Thieves. Hey, Loviz is coming into München right now. Hey, Loviz, welcome aboard. Let's request a clearance. This is an ATC clearance request. I don't see the flight plan in here at all, though. I don't think that's the one I want to do. Clearance request. I don't think this is what we want. I think that's another one. Flight information. Do we have departure clearance? Okay, so you had to do flight information. Let's see. Loviz is coming in on approach. Lenny crashed my truck laughing. Yep, I still get a tiny bit of stitching done. Yay! Things got busy after a long, boring flight. No kidding. Sunjammer says that in that movie, well, I don't think I ever saw that one, Sunjammer, but knowing that Alan Rickman was the sheriff means I'm going to go and buy it today. I will come and buy it today. Fidelicor, am I pronouncing it wrong? I always called it München. Is that not correct? Departure clearance request. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see what we have. We are Lufthansa Cargo 441. Let's see. We got to go and use this keypad. So we're at EDDM. So you put this in the scratch pad down there and then come up here and click facility. And there's München. That's so cool. Let's see. Our gate number is 903. This is why it's good to know what your gate number is. 903.
Subscriber confirmed.
That's
Top clearance
good.
granted, agent.
And let's put that in the
Loyalty noted.
gate. And Denista. I think I always mispronounce your name, Denista, but thank you so much for a resub today. Thank you for keeping it going. Thank you for a 7-month resub and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on here. Now let's come over here and let's just hit the München. EDDM ATIS. Information Oscar is current. So it's Information Oscar. Just put a letter O in there and pop that in there. And then if it's Germany, because I can spell it and not look like a fool. Du Guten Abend. Put that in as a nice free text. And then at that point, Lufthansa Cargo 441 München, going from München to EGNX, ATIS O, gate 903, Guten Abend, and send it. Why can't I send it? What did I forget? I can't, the send thing isn't working. Oh, hang on. No, that's not it. I should be able to hit send. Does that put it up here in the post box? No, it doesn't put it in there. So I must have done something wrong here. They don't give you a runway until the last minute here. Good evening, Mr. Posh Martin. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Mr. Posh Martin did a flight in the 787-9 from Toronto to München yesterday, and it was a butter landing. Well, let's see here. GEC 441, München, EGNX, ATIS O. Munich is English, and München is German. I'm not able to send this. Okay. GEC 441. See, this should now be gray, right? This should have turned gray. Do you have to run the Hoppy it's not Hoppy software. I did put in my Hoppy ID. So my Hoppy ACARS is working. 1829. Something is off here. And I don't know why it is that it won't work. Okay, let's try it again. Facility is EDDM. EDDM. München. Information Oscar. And we're at gate 903. 903. All right, let's just go ahead and put in EDDM. München over there. Let's put in EGNX and put that in as our destination. And let's do GEC 441. And it's still not taking it. Okay, Lofter, I don't think we have to do that. I need to ask my German colleagues. Hey, Drama, welcome aboard. I don't know what that is. Let's try, and I'm going to put in November here and see if that changes it. No, it's still the letter O is okay, but this is usually an indication that you have forgotten something. But all of the fields are full. MUNCHEN. I think Gary Fourcloak, that's correct. Pyroblaster, thank you for being here. Yeah, Pyroblaster, thank you for coming in. Just needed a day of flying with friends. Okay, well, that's being weird. Let's exit over here. Trip request, pushback request, manager, network ID, Hoppy code. Oh, great. Thank you for putting that out there. Let's try the logon status. Maybe I need to do EDDM. Do I need to do this first? Nope, that's not working either. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. We don't get to do that. Okay. Let's see. Let's try over here ATIS request. Let's see if I can set up an ATIS request EDDM. For München. Let's see if it will let me do a VATSIM and let me do auto updates. Now see here how it changed to send. Okay. Send. So it's doing that. Loviz has 26 right. Yeah, it's a 50-50 kind of a deal. Okay, so we'll do that, and let's go ahead and do München delivery 121.730. We're going to have to do this manually. 121.73. Okay, that looks good. I think you should accept the Hoppy in the EFB and save the preferences in the electronic flight bag. I did do that, Fly It Simple. Hang on. Let's see. Would you look outside one last time, and I'm going to go into the electronic flight bag and just check. Let me just check and make sure that the Hoppy ID is still in there. Okay, let's come over here. My Hoppy ID is in there, and it is correct. Let me just check and see. Hoppy ID is valid. Let me just look at it here. Did I get it all there? Yep, my Hoppy ID is in. It's correct, and there shouldn't be a problem. So no idea. Let's just do it the old-fashioned way. Obviously, it's not going to work. That's fine. Okay, so let's turn the music off for just a second here and turn on the radio. And let's see, we should be talking to delivery 121.7.
Good evening.
Okay, I think we're good to go there. In the window ATC network, you should have Hoppy. In the window ATC network, are you saying over in the electric flight bag? Should I check that? Okay, look outside one more time. Sorry about this. Normally we don't have to do this. So back to settings. ATC network, it says none. Let's say Hoppy. That was it. Fly simple. I wish I could show it to you.
To Nice with information officer. France 1914, delivery low information.
That was it. Okay, come on back in. I think Fly It Simple. You fixed it. Let's give it a try. Okay, let's turn that off and turn the music back on, and let's try and do our clearance again. Let's see if it works. Okay, departure clearance request. Okay, and oh, look at this. See? Oh my gosh, Fly It Simple fixed it. So you don't just have to put in your SimBrief username and your Hoppy ID, you also have to change your ATC network to Hoppy. Thank you. All right, so we got to do that one, right? All right, Wabi, I know, yay. Let's send it. Okay, so now we can be friends again. GUTEN ABEN oh, you gotta have a space in there. Where's my space? There's the space. A. Good. I should learn another word, not just Guten Abend, right? Send it. Sending. Sent. Okay. I think we did it. Let's exit out of there. And let's see. We have a new message. Here is EDDM information. Bravo. Now let's see if we get another one. Let's see. Lovis Flying United in Germany is causing a problem. Hello is hello in German. James, so I can use hello is hello. Okay, everything's looking good to go up here. What else have I forgotten? We've got all of our charts ready to go. I'm going to guess they're still on. I think we could do departure and arrival. Let's just roll the dice. I bet it's going to work out. Lovis on final 26 right. I think we're departing 26 left. This is going to be the give me 1 Sierra. Give me 1 Sierra. And no transition. And that should be good. Don't we execute that? And back to index. Arrival. I'm expecting ILS to runway 9. New messages. Hey, we've got a new message here. It's been received. New messages. And there it is. I'm going to accept it. Accepting. Accepted. Okay, now let's copy it down because I haven't been accepting these fast enough and it's been a problem. Okay, so cleared to EGNX off of 26 right. Really? They're going to make us taxi all the way to the other runway. Okay. Squawk is 2304. 2304. Next frequency is going to be 121.730. And request startup on 121.73. Okay. So I guess we're going to go and do the other runway. Okay, so we did that. That's been accepted. And come on over here. Request status. Our clearance is now confirmed. The clearance was done. It's pronounced like shush. Martin says, hello, Clarice. Let's see. Wesley says shonen. We are confused. So I guess we're going to have to go and let's just come on back here and do departure because it's going to be 26 right. And we're going to have to get the other one. So it's the give them to November departure. There's no transition. And I thought we would have to execute, but we don't. We just have selected it. Now come on over here. ILS runway 9. We're coming in on the Hemel 1 Echo arrival. Hemel 1 Echo via Pigot. And it doesn't have me going over here and executing these. That's really weird. Oh, because I haven't activated and executed my route yet. That's probably why. Avita Zane is also an appropriate boy. I'm going to have to work on that. Alf Vita Shane. And I think there's a bit of it as, hey, Mr. Jazz, thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Okay, so now my guess is departure and arrival is going to be better. So 26 right. Yeah, now I can go and confirm these. And now we'll come over here. ILS runway 9. Hemi via Pigot and execute. Okay, good. We can do those now. It's going to be a nice jazzy flight. The 777 is getting great performance in 2024, even in a big VATSIM event. Okay, all of this looks good. I expect the possibility of a hold at Pigot, according to the charts. And our legs look good. Well, sort of. These legs, not the other ones. Yeah, my sense of humor is going to be really twisted today. I'm sorry about that. It really is going to be twisted. Let's accept these numbers. flight level 360. I filed for flight level 300. My cost index is 96. My zero fuel weight is 518.8. That is correct, and there's our fuel. And that looks good. Let's come over here and do thrust limits. And all that looks good. Let's come on up here, flip on the old APU. APU's going on.
Bits intercepted. Intel
Mr.
secure.
Poshmartin just
Every
did some
bit
gifts
helps.
today.
Thanks,
Some
Agent.
bits today. You need more of the humor. Keep it classy and funny. Well, I don't know about funny, and I will try and go for some classy as best I can. But thank you so much for the extra support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep this little live stream dream going. Let's go and do our performance tool. Okay, we're going to go to 26 right. It's going to be 26 right. Import our weight, import our weather, and calculate. Latest information says the altimeter is 1012. So we need to go from inches of mercury to hectopascals, a 1012, and our initial climb clearance is 7,000 feet. Okay, that looks really good. Let's see, it's going to be a D rate -2 and 45 degrees. -2 and 45 degrees. And our takeoff, wait a minute, don't tell me, flaps 5, right? That seems to be, yep, flaps 5. That seems to be the optimum for this airplane. It loves its flaps 5 takeoffs. Okay, let's see, our center of gravity is 26.7. Let's confirm it. 26.7 is good. And our speeds for takeoff, 158, 159, 160. 158, 159, and 160. Put 160 up here in the window. 160, and that looks good. Let's see. I think I'm caught up. And that looks great. APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect the other ground power card here. And then this is when I usually will go and turn on hydraulics. And just because I forget things, I'm going to do my fuel pumps. I don't think there's a big, huge penalty for doing that. All of that looks good. Ground operations. Ground service vehicles. I'm going to release side cargo and the stairs. And our doors are closing, and we're all loaded and ready to go and do airplane stuff. Okay, so while those close, we can go to ground connections, and I can release my ground power. Ground power can release. We got a squawk code, and so it's always good to enter in as soon as you get it. Otherwise, the controllers are going to squawk at you about it. 2304. 2304. Cool. Let's see, 121.7. We're already set up over there. Let's listen. Everything's good to go up here. I'm going to do cabin signs in case we've got people deadheading back there. And we're going to do parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. That looks really good. Let's do checklists. Because okay, oxygen is good. Flight instruments, heading, and altimeter. I did not do heading yet. And we need to go to the electronic flight bag. And we need to go to charts. And we need to go to the airport. And we're going to come over here and we're going to do this runway. 260. So 260 is the heading. We have to put that in. 260. Okay, all of those are on, and the altimeters are set. Flight directors can go on now. SQ, hearsay, did I say it wrong? It's the 777F, right? Welcome aboard. SRQ Aviation is doing Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Loviz has made it to the gate. Loviz actually did a cross-the-pond flight today. Loviz flew across the pond, made it all the way across the pond, and had a minus 130. That is really great flying. Congratulations, Loviz.
Lufthansa 3 Whiskey uniform, 4 Whiskey uniform.
Okay, all of that looks good. Let's go ahead and get ready here. This is our before start. Mode control panel is set. Takeoff speeds are set. Rotate is 159. This CDU pre-flight is complete. Our trim is not set. It's supposed to be 5.0. Let's set our trim. Okay. And make sure that's there. Exponent, I believe the answer to that is yes. That's what I'm doing. Loviz is an absolute pro. Does really good flying. Taxi and takeoff briefing has been totally blown off. Let's go and get pushback helper and get ready to depart scene of the crime.
Detected.
Sim
Welcome
Lodek
aboard, Agent.
is
Stay
just hit
sharp.
the follow button. Hi, Sim Lodek. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming by today. We have our big lufty cargo liner all ready to go, and we're going to East Midlands Airport. Sunjammer says they've got really good fish and chips there. Beacon is going on, and that checklist is complete. And let's come on over here. Let's go ahead and we can look at our doors. All of our doors are closed. Let's go to the engine page. Engine page is good. I think it's time to go. Let's request a clearance, push back. Push and start.
Please transfer down Viking 1 November departure, club assets, flight level 70, Scoop 230 to Lufthansa 2 X-ray Yankee.
The 2 X-ray Yankee,
München delivery, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, a 777 at stand 903. Oscar remains aboard. We got our clearance from CPDLC, requesting startup and pushback.
Cargo 441, delivery low information. Correction, Delta approved, Connect April 121780.
121780 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks. 121,780. Loviz says there's an event in Brazil later on today. Can we take our 777s, Loviz? München apron, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441 at stand 903 with information Oscar, requesting pushback. Do I not know how to tune a radio? 121.780.
All stations, apron is back.
Loviz says hi. I haven't looked.
Liner 1 Alpha,
They're
then clear
up
of the
north in
Lufthansa to your actually.
Almost time to go.
Swiss Liner 1 Alpha, I'm sorry, expect 5 minutes.
Apron, good Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441. Stand 903 with Oscar, requesting pushback.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, hello, pushback approved, face east.
Facing east for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks. Shall we go? Parking brakes are on.
1914 is ready, taxi.
Hey, is that
1914 taxi to entry Sierra 6 via Echo 1
was
and
that
Charlie
where?
5.
Facing east, so tail to the
Echo 1
left.
to Charlie 5 for Air France 194.
That was all 24 to request pushing south from
First Swiss 9-1 Alpha, when clear Lufthansa, Airbus A321, behind I will extend the pushback to disconnect the beam taxiway Kilo 1.
Oh, it
Pushback
is
approved,
Captain
take south on the
Whip. I
Ratschlag.
thought so. That's great. Yay, Captain Whip is flying today.
South.
Okay, south for Swiss 9-1 Alpha, we clear off the A321 behind us. Yeah.
They could expect 180 thereafter.
Aircraft level Lufthansa 411.
Lufthansa 411, hallo. Lufthansa 411, confirm you were cleared via Delta 3.
The 411, so now we are here 7.
Lufthansa 411, you overshot your clearance limits. Contact back apron on 121.710.
Oh, sorry, 12170, Lufthansa 411.
There's something still weird
This is
about
63
the
Mike,
way the
connect 121.710,
pushback truck works.
121.710. Air France 1914, connect ground on 121.830.
11830, have a good day.
Lufthansa 279, ready for push and start. Lufthansa 279, hello, pushback approved, face west, blue line. Pushback approved, face west, blue line. Lufthansa 279.
Lovis says the 777s are so good in 24. I need my 737 NGs. I'm really looking forward to the iFly coming. The iFly Max is the one that I'm excited about next, and then maybe someday the MD-11, and then I'll just be happy. Captain Eagle, please, why did you buy this plane? I have the 200. Is it enough or not? So, okay, first of all, I'm one of those people that agrees with you. You don't have to have every airplane. And then I go and get every airplane. So, there you go. This is a cargo plane, so it's going to be a little bit different operationally than the passenger plane.
Last station, take out only.
And we all kind of like our cargos these days.
Alpaca
We
8
like
for
doing
extra
the
Mike,
cargo
apron, hello,
planes. So
taxi
there you
descent
go.
182 via Whiskey 1,
It's
blue line.
just kind of that way. I don't know what to tell you.
Stand 182.
Starting engine number 2.
P1 blue line, Alpaca 8-4 extra Mike.
Not the 7.5. So Wesley, yes, I am looking forward to that. The thing is Bluebird, it's going to take some time before Bluebird's ready. It just is. And I don't want to pressure them at, that's going to be a great airplane when it comes out. So they get to take all the time that they want. And that's kind of the way it is. So that's why, when it's out, and I'll be so excited. But until then,
Lufthansa
these are the airplanes we're all excited about.
Swinger 1 to blue line. Taxi via Echo 3 blue line. Delta 6 blue
Okay.
line to entry November 5.
And now we're going to go to transponder. Transponder is on.
Echo 3 blue line, Delta 6 blue line, entry
Well, I
November 5.
famously didn't
Lufthansa
want
for
the
Whiskey Uniform.
PMDG 737. And then I only got one that I didn't need any others. And now I have all 4. So, probably the last person that should be talking about frugality when it comes to having different airplanes. Eagle, thank you, Captain Eagle. It's nice to have you here. Thank you for coming in today. Otto the Penguin introduced his family to his best friend, Willie Orca, and they're dead now. Is that like a joke that I'm not getting? Apron, hello again. Lufthansa Cargo 441 pushed and started from stand 903, requesting taxi.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, taxi to entry Sierra 4 via Romeo.
Entry Sierra 4 via Romeo for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Entry Sierra 1. Entry Sierra
Lufthansa 279, taxi via
via
Delta 6
Romeo.
blue line, hold short of Echo 2.
Sierra 1? Maybe Sierra 4.
Blue line and hold short of Echo 2.
I think we should go to Sierra 4, not Sierra 1. I have to turn all the way around and go in the complete opposite direction. Let's just go over here and let's go to Sierra 4 and see if we get in trouble. Good evening, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. And let's go into taxi lights. Can you believe it? We're getting ready to go.
Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Uniform, hold short of Echo 2.
We're done with the APU.
Hold short Echo 2, Lufthansa 4 Whiskey Uniform.
And our big shipment of beverages from Airbrow is on the way. Party at Sunjammer's place. We're going to stop at East Midlands. So they need a big supply of Airbrow.
Taxi to stand 302 Bravo via Delta 6 Orange Line and Echo 3 Orange Line.
Average Canadian on YouTube. Hi, Average Canadian. Thanks for joining. I know that today is the day that I normally take off. I just really needed to do some flying with friends today.
With 91 Alpha, hold short of taxiway Delta 6.
And here comes our big cargo liner. So I wonder how many kegs of Airbrow we could carry in this thing.
Ja genau, 4 Whiskey Uniform richtig und dann 1-1.
Hello, Eclipse. Eclipse was our dispatcher last week. Really nice dispatching. Thanks, Eclipse.
Delta Charlie Mike 42, taxiway
James
Echo
the
3 Blue
Catcher
Line,
is our
Delta 3 Blue
dispatcher
Line
this
to
week.
hold short of Echo 2.
Echo 3 Blue Line, Delta 3 Blue Line, hold short Echo 2, that's comfortable.
And we hold short of Sierra 1 at Romeo. We're actually at Sierra 4. Apron, hello again. Lufthansa Cargo 441, holding short of Sierra 4 at Romeo.
Lufthansa 1 Whiskey Lima, hold position, hold short of Echo 3. Lufthansa 1 Whiskey Lima, hold position. Lufthansa 1 Alpha, you missed the hold short point. Now taxi, continue via Echo 3 and Delta 6 Blue Line to hold short of Echo 2.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey there, Longshanks just did a resub. Longshanks, thank you for a nice resub for 18 months. Thanks for great support and helping me to keep the lights on here. Oldman Wilco, the A330-200. I don't know that we've done that one yet. We've flown the other A330.
Charlie 3 and Echo 1.
Thank you so much, Longshanks. Minimum takeoff fuel is 46.5. I'm at 47.1.
Last station, take 1 again. With 126 Papa Hello, taxi to stand 302 Bravo via Delta 3 Orange Line and Echo 3 Blue Line.
Stand 302 Bravo via Delta 3 Orange, Echo 3 Blue Line, cover 306 Papa.
Yes, with 126 Papa, stand 308 via given route, correct.
308 via the route, 306 Papa, danke.
Correction, Lufthansa Cargo 441, contact ground 121.830.
121.830 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Thanks for patience.
121.830. There we go. 121.830. Hey, Martel, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you're doing good Wednesday. You got to actually change the frequency and then make it active. Got to do that.
Lufthansa 8 Romeo Lima, hello. Follow traffic in front A319 via Bravo 8 and Sierra to Sierra 7.
Bravo 8, Sierra 7, follow traffic, Lufthansa 8 Romeo Lima.
Lufthansa 2113, contact Apron 1217110.
121,710, Lufthansa 2113, Servus.
Servus.
Legend 63 Mike
Tim
on the
J,
bridge.
an A320 with repulsor lift. I know. The simulator still doesn't draw landing gear for arriving airplanes. It'll show the landing gear for...
Legend 16 Mike, the traffic in front is not contacting right now. Stand by short, I will call you thereafter.
Thank you so much.
Apron, good Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, holding short of Romeo at Sierra 4.
Lufthansa 441, hello, taxi via Sierra, hold short of Sierra 6.
Taxi via Sierra, we will hold short of Sierra 6 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Sierra, hold short of Sierra 6. Okay, that's where we're going.
Hello, able for Bravo 12.
Here we go. Lovis says ATC possible the whole way today.
So you want to have Bravo 13 for departure confirmed?
Trying to fly as pro as I can today.
Turn left Sierra and via Sierra and Bravo 13 to
Not cut any corners as best I can.
Taxi to holding point 126.
I call that leftovers from being at Airbrow while waiting before our departure.
Via Bravo 12 to holding point runway 26 left.
And we hold short of Sierra 6.
Holding 26 left, 60 Mike. Super.
3 Juliet Alpha contact.
Mustache, bonsoir, welcome aboard. Hey Mustache, let's stretch a little while we're taxiing.
441 back to Apron 121780.
121780 for Lufthansa Cargo 441, thanks.
Lufthansa 8 Romeo Lima, contact Apron 121710.
Okay, now we're supposed to stop at Sierra 6. Apron, good Abend again from Lufthansa Cargo 441 on Sierra, holding short of Sierra 6.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, hello, taxi via Charlie 5, Whiskey 1 to entry November 1.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, we're going to do Charlie 5, Whiskey 1, and we hold short of November 1.
Correct.
Okay, Charlie 5, Whiskey 1. Okay, I see where we're going. I get it now. Mr. Jazz finally got the McDo from WinWing, and it works perfectly. See, it's one of the things I really do like. The WinWing stuff, it's done so well. I really do hope that all the crazy stops. You know, especially I'm looking forward to the WinWing throttle coming out. And I really am, I think I'm going to definitely want, WinWing is working on a radio panel. I think that's going to be nice too. Okay, Sierra 6, so we come on around here. 96J Taylor has just done a resub, and 96J Taylor has been here for 14 months. Hey, Taylor, thank you so much for some really nice support. And awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. And all that good stuff. Thank you for supporting this. And around we go here. And then we're going to come over here for Whiskey 1. And we hold short of November. Got a big area here at München that's going to be off to the right that's under construction. So, Mustache, bonsoir, and welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. 96J Taylor, yeah, I just really kind of needed to do a flight with friends today. Just needed to spend a little time flying with friends. Okay, away we go up here. Everything else I think is good. We need to do flaps 5. Flaps are 5. I'm also kind of being as frugal as I can with my throttles because we're going to be, I think we're really close to minimum takeoff fuel.
You can expect some delay.
I think we're already a little close to minimum fuel. I've got to learn single engine taxi on this bird.
Lufthansa 7 Delta expects around 10 minutes.
It's around 10 minutes.
So 4.65, I think that's where we are. And November 1 is what we hold short of. Yep, I'm at 4.66, so we're going to be really super close. So if we can just kind of keep ourselves at thrust idle, maybe we'll be okay. Okay, we did get the APU off, didn't we? Yep, we did that too. So we'll just kind of chill and hope we make it. And there's that big area that they're working on.
Bye-bye.
Come on, airplane, let's go.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, taxi via Alpha 5, hold short of Mike, contact ground on 121.980, tschüss.
Continue taxi Alpha Mike, and we will hold short of Alpha 5, hold short of Mike. And that was 121.78 for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
441, that's the frequency you're currently on. It's 121.980 and confirm your taxiing via Alpha 4 to hold short of Mike. Bye-bye.
Alpha 4 for Mike, that's word, and we'll go, and it's 121.780 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks, lots of numbers.
Yeah, Lufthansa Cargo 441 is 121.980.
980, I'll get it straight. Lufthansa Cargo 441, thanks.
Qatari 173, hello, taxi to stand 115 Bravo via Charlie 5 and Echo 1.
Okay, so we can continue here. We're going to go and do Alpha 4 to Mike. Winching ground, hello there from Lufthansa Cargo 441. Just passing November 1 here. We're supposed to go Alpha 4 to Mike.
Yeah, FM. Straight ahead, Alpha 4, right Mike, hold short of Alpha 6.
Hold short of Alpha 6, right turn on Mike for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Austrian 1 Bravo Lima, now left Bravo 10, hold short Sierra, please.
Okay, Mike hold short of Alpha 6.
Bravo 10, hold short Sierra, Austrian 1 Bravo Lima.
And Mike is the outer. Yes. This was quite the taxi, wasn't it? I should have boarded a little more fuel.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey, Mountain
Top
Man just
clearance
came in
granted.
with a nice new sub. And Kirill is here.
Noted.
Yeah, who was calling?
Hey there, Mountain Man, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today.
3,
Hope you're doing
2,
good.
1,
Still,
hello,
another
taxi
big
left on
congratulations
Mike,
for
and
your
Mike
really
Alpha 9
great,
to November 3.
for your really great cross-country flight.
Left on Mike,
Kirill, welcome to you. Thank you for coming by today. Happy Wednesday.
November 3.
Condor 724, right into November 1 and contact apron 121.780.
Mountain Man, thank you for being here for 45
Right
months.
on November 1.
Flight was canceled today, really?
1 to 1.
There was no mag drop on.
780.
Oh, really?
Good evening.
Well, that's
Lufthansa
important for that
7 Hotel
airplane, and you are supposed to have a drop after that, so that's really good.
Lufthansa 739,
Safety
hello,
first when it comes to
taxi
real-world
via
aviation.
Sierra
We
to
can
Sierra
fly
7,
by the
straight
seat of
ahead.
our pants here, but safety first all the time.
Lufthansa 739, hello, taxi via Sierra to Sierra 7.
Okay, hold short of Sierra 6. This is our hold short.
Lufthansa 744, hold over the bridge and contact apron 121.710.
Hold over the bridge. What a busy day here in München.
Lufthansa 321, over the bridge, contact apron 121.710.
12171.
Holding short of Alpha.
Lufthansa 7 Victor Yankee, contact 8, correction, contact Tower 118705 with Colson only.
Confirm for 7 Victor Juliet.
Yeah, 7 Victor Juliet, sorry, my fault.
4 minutes 705.
Hey, wir haben uns vertan.
Juliet, ciao.
Ja, Qatari 17X, hab schon gemerkt.
Here has
give way
been
to
my
Austrian.
taxi so
I'll call you
far.
after.
That's my taxi so far.
German Lufthansa Cargo 441, taxi to holding point runway 26 right via Mike and Alpha 15.
Taxi to holding point, runway 26 right via Alpha and Mike and Alpha 15 for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Austin 1 Bravo Lima, taxi right Sierra.
Alpha 15. Okay, here we go. We're finally getting to go to our runway. What a taxi! I mean, seriously, we need GPS for this. And Alpha 15 is all the way at the end.
Tango, hold short Bravo 10.
Oh my gosh, I'm not kidding. This was a day. This was a taxi.
Hotel on frequency.
7 Hotel, go ahead.
Lufthansa 7 Hotel, Chris Scott, taxi via November, hold short Alpha 1.
I know, Mountain Man. Welcome to Taxi Sim today.
Alpha 13 for 7 Hotel.
Hey, it could be worse. We could be
Turkish 211
going out to the
report on
Polderbahn,
frequency.
right? We could be going to the Polderbahn.
Red at November 1 via Alpha 4.
That one definitely takes extra fuel, doesn't it? LNAV, VNAV on the departure.
Qatari 17 Express on right Bravo 10. Right
Checklists. Flight controls. Ground clear.
Turkish 211, contact Apron 121710.
That was actually before taxi. This one, before takeoff is good too. Before takeoff checklist is done. Hey, beer cheers, USMC VAT. Happy Wednesday. Thank you for coming by today.
I got a message from you from
Totally
the apron.
unscheduled
Can you hold
flight
position
today.
for me where you are right now? Thank you.
We are holding position after 1.
Didn't think that it was going to be as an intense taxi like this, but just add a little bit more to the challenge today. Seriously, we ought to just pull up to Airbrow, order a big old burger, and one of those cute little trays, one of those sampler trays. With steak fries. Wesley actually flew from the Polderbahn once. In real life, it was 30 minutes to taxi from the gate to the runway. No kidding. So my guess is they probably have to board, what, an extra 30 minutes of taxi fuel or something?
Lufthansa 17 Extra, now next right Bravo 7, hold short of Sierra.
Okay. This was the longest taxi I've done. The longest instructions I think I've done. I actually ran out of space on the notes. So I ran out of space on my taxi notes here.
Taxi into Sierra 7 now.
Taxi into Sierra 7 after 1 Bravo Lima.
Austin 1 Bravo Lima, contact Apron 121710.
I'm gonna guess, Wesley, I don't know if you noticed or not, did they, I bet they did the whole thing as a one-engine taxi too, didn't they? One-engine taxi until you got to the runway?
Lufthansa 739er, contact Apron 121710.
121710.
Now, let's look and see.
Bravo 8, hold short of Sierra.
Remain on tower frequency.
Lufthansa 17 X-ray, contact Apron 121, decimal 7.
Just looking to see if they had a frequency for us to check.
Lufthansa 7 Hotel, contact Tower, call sign only 118705.
Nope, they're gonna give us one.
705, call sign only, Edelweiss, Lufthansa 7 Hotel.
And Lufthansa 7 Hotel, taxi.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they do at EHAM, is one engine taxi, and the PTU dogs were barking all over the place.
014 Hotel Romeo, hello, taxi to November 1 via Mike and Alpha 4.
And we're going to November 15.
November 1 by Mike Alpha 4 to your
5 Uniform Hotel, taxi to holding point runway 26 right via November and Alpha 14.
Taxi to runway 26.
Lufthansa Charlie, immediately contact Tower 120-505.
120-505, Lufthansa Charlie, bye.
Bye.
Ground, guten Abend, Ryanair 3 Quebec with you, 5.
We're almost there, aren't we, Green? Almost made it.
Ryanair 3 Quebec, hello. Hold position for a short moment, I will call you.
Copy.
Lufthansa 6 Romeo Bravo, contact Apron 121-710.
Lofter. I don't know. It must be a traffic. I think it's a traffic flow kind of thing, Lofter.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, taxi via Sierra, hold short of Sierra.
4:03 flight time for James the Catcher today. James is going to Sydney.
Ryanair 3 Quebec, taxi to holding point runway 26 left via Sierra and Bravo 13.
Sierra Bravo 13, Ryanair 3 Quebec.
Delta Kilo Echo, taxi to entry Sierra 4 via Tango and Bravo 8.
Entry Sierra 4 via Tango Bravo 8, Delta Kilo Echo.
Lufthansa Cargo 411, contact Tower 118705, call sign only.
118705, call sign only for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Speedbird 1 for Hotel Romeo, contact call sign only. Correction, contact Apron 121.
118.
Bye.
705, call sign only.
Kayak 625, hello, taxi via to entry November 1 via Mike and Alpha
705.
November 1 via Mike and Alpha 4, correct.
Microsoft confirmed from Mount Man that it won't be at Flight Sim Expo this year. Really? No kidding. München Tower, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo Papa 1, München Tower.
Northbound departures, I guess that's probably got to be it. We've got a Swiss and a Lufty, and I think one hiding behind that. Parking brakes. Welcome to München. What a busy night tonight. This is a regular VATSIM event. I think it stands for München Midweek, is what I think it stands for. München Mittwoch, so midweek. So I guess it's their weekly. It's either that or Mittwoch is Wednesday. Mittwoch. Okay, so it's München Wednesday, Munich Wednesday. All right. And Don Waldy, thank you. And Tim J, thank you so much. So Munich Wednesdays. Well, I got to say, the ATC has been pretty awesome on this one. So we do have a slight problem right now. This is why we get to be sim pilots. If you look over here at the flight plan, you see my minimum fuel is 46.5. I am at 45.6. I'm a little low on fuel. We're going to go ahead because I boarded a little bit of extra, I think, that wasn't in that, but we may be in trouble fuel-wise. We may be getting in on fumes. Fortunately, we're carrying a big load of, a huge load of air brow, so we could just pour the air brow in. Hi, Slightly Madness. Welcome aboard. I know, Operator Pusky, we's gonna die. We's gonna die. Let's see, Nadine. You always carry P+2. I could. I'm gonna just go with it and see. Day off flying rules apply. Day off rules apply. We're just sitting here idling. I don't know. Let's see. We should probably do... Let's start squawking Terra. There we go. Squawking Terra. Checklist is complete. We're ready to go.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Let's see. Nadan Baka. Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow, Nadan. Thank you for coming in. Oh, you know what? We've also forgotten one of the most important parts of a flight in the PMDG 777. You have to come over and click the top of the pen 3 times for luck. 3 times for luck. There we go. 3 times for luck. And there goes that airplane. Is there an English word when so that Wednesday has a meaning? I don't know, Martel. WEDNES. No idea.
Transfer 5 Uniform Hotel after next landing Airbus A320, 3 miles final line up runway 26 right behind.
Anything you add an extra doesn't change your minimum takeoff fuel. If it's 4.65, it's 4. But you do have 10 minutes of contingency above the legal, so technically I can still do it. And Solzy comes in, so Wednesday is from the Norse god, and it's Thor's Day. That's what that is, Solzy? Thank you for saying, and you called it wouldn't stay up at the top. Thank you for telling us about the word. Where words come from is kind of really interesting. So Tim J, let's look at it again. If it's 4.65, it's 4.65. But I have 10 minutes of contingency above the legal minimum, so I'm technically still legal for takeoff. Okay. Is it 10 or 15? And I'm allowed to use, it's that 15 minutes, right? It's this number. So it's that 15 minutes contingency, is that what it is? You have 15 and the legal minimum is 5 or 5%. Oh, okay. So we're still good to go. There's no reason to panic. There's no reason to get called into the chief pilot's office. Plus there's 10 minutes on top of that. So we're actually doing okay.
Uniform Hotel, wind 260 degrees for north, 26 cleared for takeoff, traffic 3 miles final.
Let's see, average Canadian has Taro T today.
Dynamite, departing traffic, Airbus A320 is rolling, expect late clearance. Lufthansa Cargo Papa 1 after next landing Airbus A320, 3 miles final line up runway 26 right behind.
Was that for Lufthansa Cargo 441?
Lufthansa Cargo Papa 1, correct.
Lufthansa Cargo 441 after next landing Airbus, line up and wait behind.
Lufthansa Dynamics Hotel, taxi to entry November 3, contact April 121.710 by.
I thought he said Lufthansa Cargo Papa 1.
München Tower, hello, Lufthansa 15 Lima, 10
So
miles final runway 26
co-pilot needs to be kind of craning their neck around over here for landing traffic.
Dynamic proceeding traffic airborne.
There they are.
Lufthansa 4 Kilo Hotel, München Tower.
Parking brakes. Out we go. Don't want to waste their time. Strobes. This was quite the departure.
Roger.
Quite the taxi.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, wing 260 degrees. 426 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 26 right, Lufthansa Cargo 441.
The 5 uniform hotel, contact München radar 123.
Throttles up. Engines are stable. Start the clock. And takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust is groovy.
Lufthansa Dynamic, taxi to entry November 3, contact apron 11.7105.
100 knots. Although it's a Boeing, I think it should have been a call for 80 knots.
7 Hotel after next landing Airbus 1819, 2 miles final line up runway 26 right.
After landing A319, line up runway 26 right behind. Lufthansa 7 Hotel.
Hello. 14800 Island.
We finally got to take off.
Lufthansa 15 Lima, wind 260 degrees, 4 north, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 26 right, Lufthansa 15 Lima.
Flaps.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, contact München radar 123.905.
123.905 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
So what's identified? Expect 269.
Expecting 269.
Sim Pilot UK. Hey, thank you for coming by and saying hi. We have just departed. München radar, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, passing 4,000 for 7.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, München radar, there was identified. Climb by SID to flight level 100.
Flight level 100 via the SID for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo 5960 at altitude 5000 feet, QNH 1.11 at 2000 feet from München.
75,000 feet, 2,000 feet or greater, QNH 1.11, Lufthansa Cargo 506.
Heading to 4, turn left, heading 070, descend 5000 feet.
Sorry, can you repeat the instructions?
I'm going to get the AP going for us because we're busy campers.
Left
Flaps up. This is why you have a co-pilot to do your flaps and
Nicolau, your wing
everything.
7045, descending flight level 110.
And standard altimeter. Altimeters are set. Holy moly.
118.
So far, so good. Okay, flaps are up. Gear is up. Speed brakes are disarmed.
Clear for Charlie, flight level 100.
Clear for Charlie, München radar, there was identified. Reduce to 20 knots, expect 269 and descend to flight level 87.
I don't think that happened, Sim Pilot. Okay.
Correction, climb now, flight level 190, contact München 136, decimal 230.
One, 36230 might be next.
Time to flight level 190.
136, and 190.
Lufthansa 3, 1 Foxtrot, reduce speed to 20.
There we go. That looks good. Hey, Pyroblaster. Do you think at some point wing? I don't know about actual hardware, but I do think that they're going to do a throttle and flap levers, but I don't really know. I don't think they're going to.
Forward 1 for now. Continue present heading and climb to flight level 190.
Present heading in flight level 190 for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo 596.
Kelly Aviation was the A320 that departed. Hey, Kelly Aviation, happy landings to you. It looked like a nice departure. Thank you for coming in and saying hi.
Lufthansa 31 Foxtrot, descend to altitude.
It was really fun today, departing here with Munich. What a great ATC event. But Pyroblast, sorry about that sniff, allergies. But I don't know that they're going to actually do something like an upper panel or a pedestal. It looked like from some of their initial pictures, I thought they were, but, you know. Yeah, this is a sort of a last-minute stream today, Cali Aviation. Really nice day to fly with friends.
Descending to altitude 6,000,
Cargo 441, proceed direct to give me.
Lufthansa
1 direct give me.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, direct to give me.
Lufthansa Cargo 441 and München 136230.
And 136230 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks, have a great week.
Lufthansa 31 Foxtrot, descended 1005, correction, descended 2800.
2,800,
Boeing 7045, descend to altitude 6000 feet, QNH 1011 and 2000 feet,
QNH. And then up to Papa Charlie, 18 Bravo 360.
München, guten Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, passing 12,700 for flight level 190. We are turning direct, give me.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, München, radar identified. Stop climb at flight level 140.
Stop at the climb at flight level 140 for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Close one, I heard the traffic.
Yeah, I can see it right there, Lufthansa Cargo 441. It's hiding in the clouds, but we do have it on TCAS.
Yeah, roger. The other traffic is stopping at flight level 150, so you're clear of traffic now. Proceed, give me.
Direct give me, and we will continue to flight level, direct give me for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, sorry, my fault. Proceed direct Talal.
We are now direct Talal for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Envelope to Papa Charlie, climb to flight level 400.
400, envelope to Papa Charlie.
München Radar Servus, Emirates 124, reach 250 on.
Emirates 124, München radar identified. Descent to flight level 170, reach at Buram, speed 300, exactly.
Oh my gosh. We got busy. Victor just arrived. Hey, Victor.
Flight level 170.
Welcome back in, Victor. Good to see you. Sim Pilot got the McDo yesterday. I know. See, the cool part, Sim Pilot UK, is these things are like actual size.
Cargo 441, climb to flight level 300.
Flight level 300, Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa 7 Echo, descending to flight level 270, level at Armut.
Okay, multiple stations, all stations standby, I call you. Lufthansa 7 Echo, München radar identified.
Wabi,
Lufthansa 1 Lima Lima, München radar identified.
wipe away the
Descent to
water.
flight level 170
So,
to reach
I don't think
Buram,
they actually
speed
do.
300.
And Tim J says the water's fake. No, Sim Pilot UK, I really like my Airbus
Lufthansa 5 November, Papa, contact
controls.
München radar 18.
They're really, really good. They feel great. It's nice to have them on the desk.
Contact München radar
And what I
18.
like about what Windwing is doing is what Windwing did is they have made it, they've made it
Lufthansa 1 Hotel, contact München radar
actual
18.
size. And I don't know why, I just really do like the fact that it's actual size.
Lufthansa 2 Papa Lima, speed 270 knots.
Okay, looking good.
EC351 fly heading 130, speed 220 knots.
Krythor is back in chat. Your Go Flight MP Pro to work with. You know, with SPAD.next, I think that all sorts of cool things are possible. I really do. So that I would definitely say it's worth giving it a try for sure. 4,000 feet per minute at 320 indicated. Did I do something wrong, Tim J? This aircraft is too powerful? Maybe they didn't put a full load of air brow back there and we're underway.
Contour 7 Bravo, München radar identified. I call it back. EC3519, fly heading 15.
Okay, we're done with that, Paige.
And EC3519, contact München radar 132.455.
And there's our flight out.
Negative, it's 132.455.
And logo light can go off. And out we go. Tasty beverages incoming to East Midlands.
Lufthansa 1 Lima Lima, speed 250 knots. Swiss 5 Bravo Whiskey, contact Praha radar 127.125.
And Loviz said we'll probably have ATC for our whole flight today.
Lufthansa 7 Echo, descent to flight level 110,
Hotel, flight level 150. Sorry, it was blocked for Lufthansa 7 Echo.
Yeah, Lufthansa 7 Echo.
I think we're going to have ATC all the way. So we're going to come up here by Frankfurt.
Flight level 110 reached Esco Max.
Lufthansa 7 Hotel, climb to flight level 220.
220 Lufthansa 7.
I mean, talk about ATC all the way into EGNX. That's pretty awesome. A real test of your flight sim skills today.
7 Bravo, descent to flight level 270.
If you didn't catch this departure, if you decide to pick up the flight from Frankfurt, you could. Looks like there is a lot around Frankfurt. Berlin looks pretty quiet right now.
128.030,
With 604. Yeah, with 604, München radar, good evening, identified. Climb to flight level 300.
Awfully quiet in France right now, and that's where some of the bigger storms were that I saw earlier today on, you know, as looking at other weather.
München radar identified, speed 250 knots. Descent to flight level 170 to reach at Buram.
Okay, not an awful lot going on over here. Houston, Austin, Nolans is up. Looks like Bradley, not Bradley. Windsor Locks. So pretty quiet there.
Climb to flight level 260.
Climb flight level 260, Lufthansa 4 Kilo Hotel.
Not sure what we'll do next, dogs. Let's get about halfway there, and then we'll go back and have another look. Could be the thing to do is just call it a day today, since this was sort of totally unscheduled. That way we're all ready to go for tomorrow. James the Catcher has already done a really good list of flights for us. So got to go and clip those in so that it makes a decent looking, you know, a readable graphic. I think right now it probably doesn't look so good. Yeah, it looks okay. No, really doesn't actually. I've got to go and clean that up. It's a real mess. It's a bit of a mess right now.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, contact Rhein radar 134.085. Bye-bye.
134.085 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Same to you.
134.085.
Lufthansa 1 Lima, contact München radar 128.030.
085. And that was Rhine radar, I think. So this is Rhine radar. Rhine radar, good Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441, passing flight level 280 for flight level 300, just past in bed.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, Rhine radar identified, climb to... Actually, report your requested level.
Flight level 300 for Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, roger, proceed direct DNAT and log on to CPDLC data link.
We are direct to DNATs, and we will be logging on to CPDLC for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Okay, direct to DNATs.
905 to Mike.
There's DNAT, I'll bet that's it.
Level at Delta Kilo Bravo.
Okay, so we got that. Now let's go and log into CPDLC. We get to have some comms fun here. Okay, so all of this looks good. We're going to go to ATC and log on status. Now what we need to do... Let's see here. We are 134085. 134085. 134. Oh, come on. 1. Okay, this is Rhine Radar, and their CPDLC is EDUW. So EDUW. EDUW. There we go. And let's see if this does it. Ready? Sending. Sending. Sent. And we're going to exit out of that. New messages. That was Okay, let's go to flight information, ADIS request, EDDM, Munich, VATSIM, and terminate that.
Radar Kilo Lufthansa Cargo 8118, passing 195, inbound Annecy.
Lufthansa Cargo 8118, Rhine Radar identified. Good evening, climb to flight level 350, proceed direct Lutix.
It's not letting me delete that. Let's see, DNUT Indy, thank you Tim J. For Hoppy, do you have to have the program running? No, not on this airplane. All of CPDLC is handled in here. And current ATC unit is Rhine. And ATC comms are established, so we're good to go there. Logon has been accepted. And I got one more. And we'll clear that. And now we're good. So now we'll get that too. And is this Elmo radar? Goldiefish. So this is Elmo Radar's CPDLC for ATC. Fixed wing, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. I think we're doing pretty good here. Now let's go to flight information, ADIS request. Now we'd like to do EGNX. That's going to be the weather there. And let's go to VATSIM and go to auto and send.
Swiss 888 on conversion.
This is going to get ADIS information from East Midlands now. Send and clear. Let's do EDDM. I think I was on the PMDG network here, and I need to clear the PMDG. There we go. And new messages. East Midlands, so we just got an ADIS. They're still using runway 9. Ceiling and visibility is groovy, 080 at 10 knots. The altimeter is 1018. And we got a nice ADIS there. How about that? That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's see. Our climb's looking pretty good. I want to keep my heading bug up here on the course. That looks good.
Ferdinand 8 Romeo Yankee, contact Rhine 122, decimal 7.
So, off, and off. Off. Cabin signs are good. We're all set.
Postman 408, descend to flight level 250.
Sim pilot, we're going to East Midlands. We've got an emergency delivery of airbrow brew.
Descend to flight level 250, level at Umda.
And contact Rhine Radar EDUU 1227. So now we could go and accept that.
136.
And that actually accepted. So we need to do 122785. 122785. $785. 122785, right? 122785, and that's EDUU. And this one is Rhine Radar. Rhine Radar, good Abend from Lufthansa Cargo 441. Level at flight level 300, and we are direct to DNUT.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, Rhine Radar, hello.
Now then, there is that handover EDDU, so we got that. Contact EDDU, EDUU. Now, I think we have to re-log on if we want to do CPDLC with this again. So I guess we have to do logon status and EDUU. And let's try that. EDUU and send that. Oh, I think we should have logged off the other one. I think we should have done that. So you have to log off that one. Maybe this will log us off that too. Actually, we ought to go EDUW and log off. EDUW. And we're going to ATC confirm off. And that gets us off there. Okay, so I think we're good to go there. And new messages. ATC comm has now been terminated with that one. And we'll see what's going on. Boeing Baga, good to see you. Well, now that we've got a good Boeing, it's great to be here. Do I need to do that? Boeing Baga, I waited about a week after the last NVIDIA update, and it seems to be doing pretty good right now. 122.8 for Lufthansa Cargo 441, thanks. 122.8.
Maastricht, 128.7 bye-bye.
Okay, there's 122.8, and maybe we need to do a log off of EDUU. EDUU, because we're not going to talk to them anymore. Nope, it doesn't give us an option to log off, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. How to update it? Is it complex? Boeing Baga, so they're our friends from NVIDIA have got a application. It's the NVIDIA app that we all know about, and that's what notifies me that there's a new one. You can update it through that. I usually wait between 3 days and a week between the time that they send one out and then, before I will update it. That way, if there's a bug or some big bad problem, I've got a little bit more reasonable chance of it not being a problem here. Doesn't always happen that way, but there you go. Okay. We're at 122.8. Let's see what's going ahead. Yeah, Wigbill, just use the NVIDIA app. That's what I do. And it seems to be working for me. Like I said, I don't do it immediately. Unless there's a bug that I'm trying to fix. I like to let it sit for a little bit of time, and then it usually works out pretty good. Wow, look at that. Man, I mean, everybody just went to bed, didn't they? Okay, everybody just went to bed. We're actually flying over Frankfurt right now.
Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa 16 Romeo, 5 miles final for runway 25 right.
Flying over Frankfurt and not much to see. Yeah, boy, it did go awfully, it did get awfully cold and dark, didn't it? It did get awfully cold and dark here. Man, I mean, just it was all lit up and then it went completely dark. Well, I think the event started a little bit before 1700 Zulu, so, and it was supposed to end at 20, so maybe we need to, you know, look at some 1700 Zulu departure times. Let's see. Here in the U.S., Houston remains up. Chicago just has tower. Don't know if it's worth doing another flight. We've got a whole week of flights coming up. I need to go and spend some time putting the, you know, reformatting it for the graphics. Loviz is installing a new NVIDIA app that came out yesterday. Really? I didn't ask me to do mine, but I don't know. Let's see what Mr. NVIDIA says to do. Here's the NVIDIA app. So there's the NVIDIA app. Drivers. GE4. So it does say there's a new one that came out Monday, May 19th. Today is the 21st. So my general rule is I would wait for a few days and then download it and update it. So that's probably about now. So maybe I'll probably go and do that a little later. Maybe my update did because it wants me to log in here. Maybe that's part. Maybe I need to do that. Let's see. I forget how I do that one. I don't remember how that one worked. Does it remember who I am?
Lufthansa 16 Romeo, Frankfurt traffic vacated, runway 25.
And Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa Chicago 2861 and up runway 18.
Okay, that worked. That worked. Login in progress. No, it didn't work so well.
Traffic Lufthansa Chicago 826 departing runway 18.
Okay, I guess we're logged in now. So let's see, did it work? Yay, it actually worked. No, not that page. So let's see. And it still says there was a Monday, May 19th NVIDIA driver that came out. So maybe that's something that I need to do for tonight too. And I've got something to redeem as well. I don't know. I'm pretty totally unredeemable at the moment. Okay, Loviz said the driver, thanks for the camera view setup video. Oh, really? Brandon, I hope that that works out for you. That just seems to be working pretty good for me using those camera views. And plus I was able to set a cold and dark situation for this airplane that's at least as cold and dark as I would think it would be. So that just makes the 777 even more fun. But thank you for checking that out, Brandon. I'm glad to hear it worked for you. Microsoft Flight Sim, it affects, so that's the one you would do first. Loviz says, yeah, I think that downloading a new NVIDIA driver right now might prove a problem for not only our flight, but the live stream too. So we'll do it later. Boeing Baga, why can't I fly in 2024? It's impossible. So, you know, some people, it works great for them. Other people, it doesn't work at all. And it's really weird that way. I don't know what the difference is. Okay, all of this looks really good. After takeoff checklist is complete. So we're good there. Engines look good. There's nothing red. Nothing beeping or flashing or buzzing. So that's a good thing too. We'll go back over to the comms page because we'll probably get an East Midlands message soon. This would have been an uplink, I believe. And let's see. Current ATC contact, ATC terminated. Bet that might be East Midlands. Okay, we got more information. Okay, this was PMDG. So that means ATC's probably gone. So surface winds are 270 degrees at 4. Visibility is 999. Visibility's good. Temperature's 14. 1012. So that's great. Okay, so I guess that's us. Let's see. Crew Gut 1 is the Sim 737. I don't think the 737s from PMDG are working yet in Flight Sim 2024. Not officially. That being said, there's some people that have been able to drag the PMDG stuff from, was that Munich? James, did I read it wrong? Did I read that wrong? So that was a Munich. That was Munich. Thanks, James. Loviz says it's kind of a pain to fly. Yeah, you have to start it with engines running at the end of the runway and then slew over to a gate, then shut down, then restart. A little bit annoying, kind of. Yeah, that was München. So, yeah, that was Munich. Here's the latest East Midlands. Here it is. So runway 9, and this was actually when there was still ATC there. Okay, cool. Too bad Steam allows you to go and check the integrity of the sim, and we'll fix it without reinstalling. Okay, this is looking good. How we doing here? So, according to progress, we are 433 miles away from East Midlands Airport. We're going to be landing at 2108 Zulu. It is 2001. Wow, this is a lot longer than I thought it would be. We will have fuel in the tanks will be 16.2. We go to panic mode at 14.8. So that's good there. Let's see. Tim Brosco is back in chat. Welcome back in. Good to see you and thank you for coming in today. And so far, so good. Not much to see outside the windows today. We are carrying, along with all of the beer, Yorkshire tea, and an Aston Martin DB5. So always cool to have a James Bond car back in the hold. Seriously, that's great that PMDG included a nice James Bond car for us. Super. Okay. And Merv, are we going to do a U.S. cargo flight next? So right now, I don't see an awful lot of ATC over in the U.S. That's not necessarily a bad thing. So, I mean, if you've got a new airplane and you'd like to fly along, this would be a good opportunity if you're new. But we could do some U.S. cargo flying here. We could do Ontario to Oakland. So Ontario, California to Oakland is a real-world FedEx 777 flight. There's not a bunch of ATC over there, but we could do something like that. It's also not really long, so that might be kind of a nice thing to do too. We got a new message here. Here is EGNX. Now this is PMDG data that just came in. That tells me that ATC has gone offline at East Midland. So we could do something like that. It says it's about Mountain Man, and Mountain Man knows all about Ontario Airport too. That's Mountain Man's home base. Knows where all the good places for food can be found. So 410 miles. So we could do, it would be KONT to KOAK maybe? Hey, Just Jack, welcome aboard. And that's a good short one. I don't want to spend the whole day today. Tim J says we could divert to London. I think Sunjammer has already sent a truck to East Midlands saying, I want your beer delivered there. I don't know that I'm ready to try to do a diversion with this thing yet. But as you can see, this thing does have a full CPDLC system in here for you to use. Tim J wants to go to Stansted, or we could go to Luton. It's up to you. Or we could go to Luton. I also didn't load in any other sceneries today. München and East Midlands. Those airports are all already loaded in. Boeing Bonga wants to go to Geneva and pick up Swiss chocolate. So I need to load in, if we're going to do it that way, I need to load in... I think I've got sceneries for both. I think Blue Idol just came into chat. Hi, Blue Idol. Welcome on in. I'm just updating the next command with a flight we might do next. The EGSS, I think I do have the EGSS, but it's disabled. And Blue Idol, thanks for coming by. So the next command has icy cows for the next flight that we might do. And now would be a good time for me to check to see where that scenery is. Okay, so let's see. Do we have a KONT Ontario? Yes, we have an Ontario scenery to put in. That's from Vertical Sim. And then KOAK Oakland. We have Oakland International. And we have those two. So we got those two airports that we can use. So we will have nice scenery for our departures. Now we just have to convince Mountain Man to tell the boss at UPS to get 777s. Father's Game, really enjoying this airplane. Really enjoying it for sure. Boeing Baga is lurking. We got another message. EGNX Information Charlie. So we just got another weather update. 090 at 8. 13 degrees, 1018. And that weather looks good too. So that looks good. And it looks over here like we're about ready to exit the coast. And this would also be the first time we can take the Panda plane. I haven't had the Panda livery for this airplane out yet. Oh, I bet I have to set some views too. Let's see. Do not hold or prop the stowage door open while taxiing or towing. So I guess there's a little stowage door down here. So you can go and click that.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
There's a stowage door here that you don't want to prop open. I'm for taxi. That's important. Let's see. Smith, I am. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Let's see. Maybe Loviz installing non-PMDG. This livery is just fine. I've been real happy with this one. You know what? PMDG makes a very solid airplane, Kirill. I think that Phoenix is just a little bit better in terms of fidelity and more things modeled. That being said, there is an awful lot that is modeled in this airplane. A lot that's modeled in this airplane. So I kind of feel like this is such a close second, the difference is probably not even worth mentioning. Hello, welcome aboard. So there are a couple of differences in the cabin for sure. As far as the cockpit, it looks pretty normal to me. Instead of a door, there is a curtain. So there's a curtain back here. And then the cabin is a little different. I think weight and balance is going to be a little bit different too. But other than that, I can't say that there's a ton of other differences in this airplane. Like I said, instead of a door, they have a curtain there. The new PMD Father's Game says PMDG has state saving. Phoenix doesn't yet. You have oil, hydraulic, and tire and brake wear also in this airplane. Okay, Father's Game makes really good points that there's a bunch more stuff in this airplane. For sure. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. Just doing a couple of cargo flights because I felt like doing some cargo flights today. Needed just a little bit of time with friends. And everything looks good here. Deep Blue. Very happy cargoing today, Deep Blue. I think more people are more excited about having the 777 cargo liners than the actual passenger jets. I don't know. Just kind of get the feeling that people are real happy to have that. Father's Game says Auto Brake 3 saves you on tires and brakes over manual braking. Manual braking tears up the tires and burns the brakes up. I try and use between 2 and 3 depending upon the length of the runway. Iowa Scotsman reminds us that Phoenix hasn't made any Boeings and PMDG hasn't made any Airbuses. Tim J says the 777 is the king of cargo. I would imagine so. Sure seems to be getting dark awfully fast. Shouldn't be getting dark this quickly. It's 2013 Zulu. We're landing at 2108 still. Oh wow says it's a nice looking airplane, but you're biased towards Airbus. So for super duper monster crazy busy Frankfurt Friday kind of a flight or something along those lines, yeah, I think I'd like my Airbus A319. On the other hand, as I get better with this airplane, this could be a Frankfurt Friday airplane too. Definitely could be a cross the pond airplane. Yeah, I've really kind of been missing the old MD-11 too. Be nice to have that one all ready to come and fly with us and stuff. That would be kind of a nice thing to do. Ooh, clouds are finally burning off. So let's see, where are we? Ah, coming up to Eham. Got an airport down there. Let's see. Tim J, yeah, the 7 now, the 757 will be good. Natalia says, can't we all just agree that it's going to be Boeing over Airbus? It depends. It depends. Depends on the kind of flying I want to do. There's more to do in this airplane, really like that. On the other hand, if I'm doing day in and day out passenger runs in super duper monster busy airspace, I kind of think that I'd kind of like the Airbus maybe for that. Just check. I enjoyed the MD-11. The developers are still redeveloping it. So they're still not redeveloping, but they're continuing to update it. That's the word I was looking for.
Subscriber confirmed.
And so they're doing pretty good with that.
Agent.
And if you're
Loyalty
excited about,
noted.
that airplane, I think it's worth the try. I think you gotta want an old cranky McDonnell Douglas though. So in my case, if we're over here, my airplane down here. So I'm in Terra right now, and if you look over here, you can see I'm in mode Charlie. So there's mode Charlie there. Let's switch it down to transponder, and then come back in here, and you can see I'm in mode Charlie on transponder. And then if I go to standby, now all of a sudden my mode Charlie is off. So put it back over to Terra, and it's in mode Charlie like it's supposed to be for traffic. Eagle is back with a nice resub. Hey, Eagle. Thank you for a really nice resub. Eagle has been here for 39 months. Eagle, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on for 39 months. And thank you for coming in today, too. How did Jetty get down the mountain? Used a jet ski. Eagle, thank you again for some nice support. And let me turn that over there.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent.
And I think
Loyalty
there's another
noted.
resub. Hang on, let me make sure everything's golden. Everything's golden good. No, that wasn't. It was Eagle gifting some subs to the community. And it was 10. Eagle, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the... Yeah, not a resub, was it there, Tim J? Eagle, thank you so much. That was really nice of you. I really appreciate it right now. They've kind of dropped off a little bit for everybody on Twitch these days. So thank you for that. Again, thank you for the extra support and the awesome, being nice to other people too, because not everybody can afford a sub. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Thank you. Loose Cat is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks, Eagle. Good to see you again. And we're about ready to go feet wet here. Almost time to go out over the alligator-infested waters of the North Sea.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Loviz
granted,
is here,
agent.
and Loviz
Loyalty
just
noted.
came in and gifted some subs. And Loviz did 10 gift subs too. Loviz, thank you. Thank you also. Loviz also helps me keep flights straight so much and comes up with some really great flight plans that go along with what's going on VATSIM. And Loviz has been doing a lot of long hauls in this airplane right here. So Loviz, thank you for gifting a sub to 10 people. That's 10 gift sub bombs today. Thank you for that. Again, really appreciate you. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. And great support and helping me to keep this channel going. Everybody's having a hard time in content creation now. So thank you for doing that. It'll get better. Boeing Baga is asking Loviz about a clean reinstall on NVIDIA drivers. There is the coastline. Right there. So, if you get a little bit nervous and stuff, don't worry. We do come equipped with life jackets. Aviation Ryan, welcome aboard. Aviation Ryan's over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you for great jet fuel for coming in today.
Intel secured. Every
Tim
bit
Dog
helps.
just dropped some
Thanks,
bits in there, and I
agent.
think Tim Dog, after those 2 really nice gift subs from Eagle and Loviz, your bits just fired off a hype train. Thank you for a hype train today. Thank you for some really great support, Tim Dog. And here is our turn over here as we exit the coast and head over the water. Aviation Ryan, I don't know why we got to figure out a way to make those work on YouTube. Let me give you the icy cows, Ryan. There is our next flights. There you go, Ryan. We should really request that Twitch make hype planes. Instead of a hype train, they should be a hype plane. They should. Hype trains should be for people that are doing, what's it called? Oh my gosh. I think because the hype train, because of Loviz and Eagle's gift subs, the hype train is actually up to level 5. I think it's already to level 5. Eagle, actually, I got notified one of the train sim worlds that I have over on Steam. So yesterday I decided to try and play a little bit. I got done with stuff and I just needed to unplug from everything. So I played about an hour of Metro Exodus. Just, you know, started from scratch. Now I'm kind of cornered and I can't get away from some zombies right now. So, and I don't have enough ammo, so I got to figure out, MacGyver my way out of there. But halfway through playing Metro Exodus, there was a notification on the other screen that said, oh, by the way, you've got an update for one of the train sims. So there was an update on that one, I think. Cooper's over on YouTube, and this is Cooper's last day of school today. So finally free. Happy landings with that. All right, I think we're good there. Did MacGyver eventually become a general in the U.S. Air Force? I never knew what happened. I never knew what happened to MacGyver
Top clearance
after that.
granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
And let's see. The hype train did just wrap up with a level 6. Those do not happen every day. So over on Twitch, thank you for a level 6 hype train. Thank you for the awesome support and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me keep the lights on. And in the middle of all of that, Dogs did a resub, and Dogs has been here for 51 months. Dogs, thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for great jet fuel in the flight plan. Yeah, MacGyver it was Jack O'Neill. That's Stargate, right? Jack O'Neill is Stargate. Was he a general in that? I haven't seen that in so long. I thought there was another general. There was there was another guy that played the general. He was also a general in Twin Peaks. Okay, so Tim J says that MacGyver became a general. Really?
Subscriber
no
confirmed.
Kidding.
Top clearance
Sphinx
granted,
Music
Agent.
is in. Hey, this
Loyalty
is such
noted.
a great day. Thank you for really nice support today. Again, thank you. Sphinx Music has been here for 7 months. Sphinx Music, thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. And Original Darkwind said that, okay, so MacGyver started out as a colonel in Stargate, but then got promoted to a general. So I never saw that he got promoted to a general. That was one of those series that I don't think I made it to the end of. I don't think that I made it to the end of Stargate, so never knew what ended up happening. I assume that the gates stayed open. Original Darkwind says it was a 2-star general. And he was eventually replaced by Colonel Mitchell. Mitchell? Not Mitchell from the Satellite of Love. Vex Freeze, thank you for some pizza hearts in there. And alligators. The box hauler is going really good. We're delivering an emergency supply of Airbrow from München to East Midlands. They wanted some German brew. And I'm really crossing the streams there with that reference to Mitchell. Oh, Richard Dean Anderson had kids, so he retired from dangerous off-world missions. Well, I knew that there were several spin-off series, too. Oh, it was Beau Bridges. Really? There are no Wilson volleyballs? We'll have Wilson volleyballs on our next flight. It'll be FedEx from Ontario to Oakland. I don't necessarily know that they ship Wilson volleyballs on Lufthansa Cargo. That's right. We're carrying the disassembled Stargate to East Midlands. They want to ship it down to Stonehenge and put them all together and see if that works. Tim Dog, yeah, there's a lot of phishing things going on right now. You've really got to be careful. You know, chances are if you've got a DocuSign, and you're not expecting anything, you shouldn't sign it. Right, General Hammond was the original general in Stargate. Okay, we are 80 miles from top of descent. ATC has gone off. Last time they were landing on runway 9. So we're landing on runway 9. Flight info, our latest ATIS from East Midlands says winds are 090 at 8, so runway 9 for sure. The altimeter is 1018. 1018. We could preset 1018 here. And because it's so small, zoom in, make sure. Oh, you see, I missed it by 1. It says 1019. Oops. All right, 1018. There we go. Now for our runway for arrival, let's see, we don't need the give me departure. We don't need the taxi chart for München, but we do need the star. And our initial descent would be to, it looks like flight level 80, so 8,000 feet will be our initial descent. And there's no ATC, so we're going to clear ourselves out there. You're getting a fishy one fishy call a week. Really, Eagle? Thank you for a level 6 hype train. Again, those don't happen every day. Thank you so much for doing one today. Big, big, big appreciation. Thank you for helping me to keep the live stream dream going here. We are in 2024, Kev. And our ILS minimums are 506 feet. So Barrow. There we go. Okay, over here, it's 400. 510, it said 506. Okay, and again, we'll come in. Altimeter 1018, 506 on the barrel, so we're good. We're good on our landing. Loviz says choo choo and next. Hey Loviz, thank you for being a part of that too. Thank you again for the awesome, awesome support. Not just with that, but with everything that you do and helping me to keep this crazy thing going. Fran Cam, yeah, this was a gift from my dad for Christmas. It's a really nice Boeing hat. Original Darkwind is doing San Francisco to Honolulu in the Unibuild's A350. What is that, about 5.5 hours, Original Darkwind? The small button on the top, that's right. Yes. Just, it may pop out like my emergency exits. Okay, everything's good to go here. We have the approach programmed in. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, I need to check and make sure that the screws and the nuts and bolts are tight up there. All right, let's see here. We just got another message. Here is the latest. Oh, I think I know why. It's because I have this. This is coming in on a different channel that I switched out. So it'll go away after this flight. But yeah, the hard part about, you know, I didn't pick up enough ammunition when we were going over to this bridge in Metro. And so I keep running out, and it's a pretty big zombie or monster or whatever attack it is in Metro Exodus. And there's only one other guy, so we get killed each time. I don't know, I may have to go back a step and pick up a few more rounds or something like that, because I cannot get past these zombies. Or zombie monsters. I don't know exactly what they are. I think that these are oil rigs, or maybe those are wind turbine farms. Those could be wind turbine farms. I don't know that any of that. I don't think that they're vampires. So if you don't know Metro Exodus is
subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Mr. Mango, thank you for a resub. I'll croak this out. 56 months. Mr. Mango, thank you for being here for 56 months. Helping me to keep the lights on. Again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep all the lights on here. So basically, Metro takes place in the year 2033. It is in Moscow. There has been the nuclear exchange and stuff, and this is people living in the Metro, the subways. And apparently because of the bombs and stuff like that, there are monsters out there that are, used to be, kind of a little bit like the zombie dogs in Resident Evil in a way. They've been changed. So, Mr. Mango, thank you again for the resub. Original Darkwood, yeah, this is the 777. Go check your SIM, your PMDG Ops Center. Make sure you have Ops Center 3. You may need to download the update from the PMDG website first. But Ops Center 3, you should have a 777 cargo liner, which I think is its official name is a 77L for the cargo liner. And it's several different kinds of zombie monsters in this game. So, but yeah, it's updated. It's nice. This airplane works good. I think everybody's kind of really excited to have the cargo plane. Better than a cabin full of pesky cat passengers, are just going to spill their beer on the carpet and stuff. I mean, the biggest thing that we've got to worry about is there might be, an oil leak in the Aston Martin here, but, probably not. Hopefully not. Always good to have a spare Aston Martin in your cargo hold, right? I don't know if this one has the machine guns in it or not. I remember when the guy in the one Bond movie blew up an Aston Martin. I just thought that guy's not going to survive. You don't mess with the Aston Martin. Vex Freeze has a spare Aston Martin in your fridge, or a martini. Yeah, the Martin Martini. I think that was like a big mix or something. Top of descent is almost here. 9 miles. We've set our altitude. The airplane should be ready to go. We should check and just make sure that we're not flying into somebody's airspace. And refresh. Natalia says Porsche is better than any car. Boeing fans agree. Haha. Well, I'm going to have to stick with my little Xterra, I guess. So, it looks like it's just us heading into EGNX. Actually, there really were some pretty cool Porsches that were available out there, too. Some really nice ones. Oh, Okay, well, it looks like London South Centre is up. My guess is we're high up. They're probably concerned mostly with Gatwick and stuff, so I'd be surprised if they beep us.
Luton traffic, easy 97, push back on stand 78.
Tim J says Porsche makes tractors too. I didn't know that they made tractors. Really? We're in the UK. We do not have to do CTAF, so 122.8 is good here. And that all looks good, and we have started our descent. East Midlands, here we go. Oh, they don't do the tractors anymore? They don't do them anymore? Well, I'll bet tractors had lots of traction, which is about the best joke I can come up with that. Most of my tractor jokes get plowed under. That wasn't that great either. Okay, decent descent. Now then, we got a really interesting approach over here. This is kind of unusual. So we're going to come over here and we're going to come on in at Hemel. And then we have to do this loop-de-loop back to Piggott, which is really kind of strange. I think since it's just us, we'll probably continue the descent. And just as we get on the arrival, we'll go straight to Piggott and then out there. Pick a 5-string wonders if the Porsche tractors had an oil leak and a rear seal leaks like the car. Oh, if they had leaks like the cars. Well, same manufacturer, I'm going to guess so. I would guess if they had oil leaks in the cars, they probably had the same kinds of oil leaks elsewhere too. Okay, so there's Hemel right there.
Level 240.
Loviz, what reminds you that you can always roll back a driver. Loviz did just go and get that new driver and is loaded in with Flight Sim 2024 and all is well. I will do that after the live stream. I somehow don't think that live streaming driver updates is going to be quite the big hot rocket flame throwing thing that it will never be. Hearsay says until today you've never heard the term all is well and 2024 in the same sentence. Well, it's maybe 2024 needed to, marinate or ferment to come up with some words. I don't know. Just needed to go and sit in the sauce for a little bit. The Star has a hold at Piggott where you reverse course and join the final. Yeah, this one has really been kind of confusing to me. So I did finally look a little closer at the hold. So we come on in here and at VLAG we loop-de-loop all the way north and then we do a hold. So we hold here. And then on the initial approach over here, the initial approach has us going around in the hold, and then we exit the hold here, and then it looks like the initial approach to 9 and 27.
Taxi in to runway 07, holding for Bravo 1 via Echo 3 Delta, Alpha and Bravo.
It looks like we overfly the airport on the approach, overfly the airport, and then do we do a procedure turn? Well, there's a hold here at East Midlands. That doesn't look like a procedure turn to me. Maybe we'll just do vectors. You do another hold and reverse course in the hold. Okay. You sure do a lot of reverse coursing on this one. This is really weird. Mustache says to hydrate. Hey, thank you, Mustache. Welcome in. FedEx is going to, Loviz is going to do the next flight. Yeah, and I think they fly the 777 on this one. Mountman said that FedEx does 777s. Mustache, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. It's okay, so what Tim J is saying is we're going to come chug in, overfly the airport, and then I guess what we do is we would then break off from the line here and pick up the hold around here at the end. Loviz says no, it's actually a 767. Well, you know what? We're gonna let you add 10 to that number to make it a 777 today. I'm gonna guess that that's what they would do. I'm gonna probably do vectors around here a little bit. We're the only people coming in. Otherwise, we'll be doing this all night. You could do a jump seat flight and still get the credit. Oh, okay. If you don't mind doing a lot of turning back, you could simply program the Pigot transition from the ILS. I think that's what I've done. I think that's what I've done in here. Okay, we're coming up here. I was going to go direct to Pigot now. No, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to look at traffic. Let's see what's going on here. Look like I'm the only one going into East Midlands. There's an airplane on the ground, but I'm the only one that's there. So I'm going to go direct Pigot right now, and then we'll vector ourselves. So, and direct to. Now we'll go direct to Pigot, and then it's going to be vectors. The transition does a sort of a procedure term for us. It looks awfully tight, especially for like really, really big cargo planes. I mean, maybe they just don't normally use runway 9 a lot. Actually, it's kind of good there's no ATC on this one. I think this procedure turn would be a hard one to kind of do. Okay, let's come on over here and do the approach checklist. So, cancel, recall, and cancel recall is clear. No notes, auto brakes. The airport, it's not the longest. I think auto brakes 3 is probably our best choice. So auto brakes 3 looks good. Landing data for VREF 144 for flaps 30. Slarty Bart's in. Hey, Slarty Bart, welcome aboard. Slarty Bart is here with beer cheers and pizza and belugas. And Slarty Bart is no stranger to belugas because Slarty Bart sees them landing in Hamburg all the time. I always do just express install Boeing Baga. Loviz may have a better one to do, but that's the way I do that. Okay, over on the approach, We want to descend and maintain. I'm going to continue my descent to 5,000 feet now. Now we're going to just take control of this. Slutty Bart living on the final approach to runway 23 in Finkenwerder. So Slutty Bart is able to get up close and personal with belugas. Lovis says if you haven't updated it or ever do the express in case the audio drivers need to update too. Now, when the audio drivers update, that's when it gives me all sorts of hell. I think you do express update. I think you do express. Loviz will tell you for sure though, because Loviz knows more about that. Okay, looking good. Next flight, we're gonna do Ontario to Oakland. Then we'll call it a day. Mako 2K, welcome back in, Mako. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. Boeing Baga says it's good that Loviz said to do express because that's what Boeing Baga clicked. Because if at this point, if you were doing the other one, you'd probably be clicked off right now. You'd probably be clicked off at that news. East Midlands traffic, there is a Lufthansa cargo. 777 at Piggott. Looks like we're going to do some vectors and set up for the ILS. Runway 9. East Midlands. No thunderstorms today. How about that? No thunderstorms today. Not bad at all. Really nice. Zenical, did I say your name right? Yes, liveries do work. We got a great Lufty Cargo livery. Now, I'm still trying to stick with mostly liveries that come from the applications of the developers. So this livery is from PMDG, and, you know, for the iFly, I use iFly liveries and stuff. It limits me a little bit, but not too much. It doesn't limit me too much in liveries, and I'm pretty much guaranteed that it's all going to work. Oh my gosh, look here. It's Quas. Hey, Quas.
Joining the spy flight.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. We are flying the big old 777. We got to do a really nice CPDLC departure out of München, and it was really, really busy. I think I got the longest string of taxi instructions ever on that flight. Really, really the long one for sure. But other than that, it's been really good.
Ryan Airport 70 Hotel, what's your arrival airport?
Loviz got nice FedEx liveries from flightsim.to. I'd love to. Quas has got tons to do to get done before bed. Hey, Quas, just grateful that you're in. Thank you for coming by today. I hope all is well in your world. Not too busy, not too crazy. It's relatively good here. Now we'll just do a nice little chill out arrival here into East Midlands. And then we're going to get ready for Ontario to Oakland. Tomorrow's first flight is Berlin to Amsterdam. Berlin to Amsterdam confirmed. Should be a nice one.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Mac Naham, thank
Loyalty
you for a nice
noted.
resub. Holy moly. Mac, thank you for coming in with a 25-month resub and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here. Yep, 25 months. Thank you so much. Let's do a nice little turn out here. And let's go ahead and How about some flaps? Failure to use flaps could cause quite a flap. Flaps 5. Max, so far so good today. Enjoying just a fun day of flying around. Nothing too terribly organized today, just flying airplanes, staying out of trouble. GT Boy just brought us some badly needed beer cheers today. GT Boy, always coming in with the beer cheers. Thank you for that. Welcome, welcome.
Left down with
and altimeters. I'm going to continue to let it go down. Does that mean that we opened up one of the packages in the cargo hold? Yes, an emergency delivery of Airbrow beer from Munich to East Midlands. And landing lights, nose light, cabin signs, East Midlands traffic. There is a Lufthansa Cargo 777. We're on sort of a base or a downwind, depending upon your point of view, for runway 9, East Midlands. Yeah, we're kind of halfway between a downwind and a base leg here, so there we go. Flash Duck is in with Wisecracks, and welcome in, Flash Duck. Thanks for coming by and saying hi today. Just an unscheduled flight with friends. Thank you for coming by. Martin went to see Will's stream today. Does the Phoenix A320 liveries work? I believe so. I think so for sure. And Moet is back in chat. Welcome aboard. And bring in the map a click. And 180 on the speed. Slowing it down a little bit more. That's right, in an Airbus you actually have to hit the button. And altimeters are checked and set. That checklist is complete. Go to comms. Our new message is that's München. We don't care about München. And back to checklist for landing. And more flaps, please. And there's 180. How about wheels? Landing gear can come down. Here comes landing gear. And coming up on 3,000 feet, looking good. I do have localizer. That's right. The thing about an Airbus is you actually have to tell the airplane to descend. And that's the way it is on everything but an A300, an A310, and an A380. I thought that it was supposed to be that way in the A350, but I haven't been able to actually activate the descent the way you can in the A380. So there you go. All right, almost ready to make our turn. Original dark wind is in the A380, and I need to push the altitude knob. That's right, once you get the altitude set, you have to push the button. Press the button. Speed brakes armed. And let's start our turn. Much rather start the turn like this at 180. I'm in the A380, and yeah, that's right. You have to press the button, right? To land there. I might have missed something. East Midlands traffic, that Lifty Cargo 777 is now turning finals for runway 9. Landing East Midlands. It is a really cool airplane, and one of the things that they did with that airplane too is they made so much of it integrated, so you know it saves you a little bit of the workload and everything, which I think is a really neat deal. Okay, gear down. Auto brakes, speed brakes. We're just waiting for full flaps. VAP is 144. Let's call it 1. Oh, how about 150? 150 should do it. Uh-oh, it says insufficient fuel. We're gonna die. We're at 17.2. Panic fuel is 14.8. If I would do a direct to FF09, that would probably clear that up. Activating the approach, making our turn. That's right, if you click the Boeing 777 logo, somebody's hand will hold you the electronic flight bag. The hand looks a little bit weird. I'm not that squeamish or anything, but it looks weird. So that's kind of why I don't do it. It's this disembodied hand. Coming up on 7 mile finals. There's our descent. 150 to land. There's 150. Flaps. I might want to you might want to clear your shader cache. Actually, I did that today. It worked out pretty good. I didn't feel shady afterwards either. I didn't have any cache either, but there you go. Pyroblaster, I might have missed something. I'm sorry. That's right, so you don't have to look away from it. My camera views work so good anyway that... Okay, almost ready. Low-vis clears the shader cache after every Windows and NVIDIA driver update. You're kind of cashing on that one. Well, that wasn't that great. Autopilot off. I need to concentrate on landing. Captain's got the airplane. AP's off. Pyroblaster wants to know if aircraft lights are better in... I think all the lighting is better in 2024. Absolutely, I do. Beautiful night for flying airplanes. Sunjammer says there's a power station over here that's been decommissioned. In Flight Simulator, though, it does show smoke coming out of the smokestacks.
There we go, chassis, right at 2737. Speed 5 approach speed.
Approaching minimums.
Also, traffic right at 2737, establishing the localizer, way.
Minimums.
Landing. Auto throttle disconnected.
100.
What do you mean crash?
50. 30. 20. 10.
That felt really, really good. That felt really good. Okay, belly up to the bar. Our shipment of airbrow has arrived. And my guess is on this end of the terminal is where they might go, because the other terminal is all DHL. I guess that says UPS. So I believe that apron is passenger traffic. Well, maybe that's also, no, I think that's passenger traffic over there. That's the big DHL. Well, I think this is be some cargo over. Why don't we go off to this side? The plane will float if you let it. No kidding. Manaphy Games is going to doing a controlling session at Jack's. We've got a quick flight that we're going to do today, Ontario and Oakland, and we're going to wrap it up a little early since today was just one of those sort of spur of the moment kinds of things. But Manaphy, we're going to be coming to see you in Jack's. Manaphy just got all set with being able to be a controller. All right, everything looks good there. And nothing to worry about on this side. Polyat said there might be a firmware update.
Midlands traffic, postman 101, establish on localizer ALS 09.
East Midlands traffic, the Lufty Cargo 777 is clear of runway 09. Beware of butter on the runway. Happy landings, East Midlands.
Thank you so much.
I know, all sorts of butter on the runway.
Traffic right at 2737 clear runway 33, vacated to Bravo.
Parking brakes. Transponder. that all looks really good. Now, let's see what Volanta said. Let's see if Volanta was our friend. So I didn't stretch it out too much, but we were still in the zone. There was the touchdown point. We were kind of in the middle of the long. Let's see how the landing rate was. Minus 134. Minus 134. And the crowd went wild in the stands. Everybody was so happy with a minus 134. How about that? We'll put some wheel chocks in and request ground power. That felt really, really good. Let's come on in and pop some ground power on so we don't have to use the APU. Oh, and we were supposed to shut down the left engine, the right engine, before we plug in ground power. So you shut down the right engine before you do ground power, because we don't want any of the crew to get close to that engine, because if they did while it was running, that would really suck. And with that, we can do this other engine. And we'll do these signs and the beacon. And there we go. Lufthansa Cargo delivers again. All sorts of really great beverages from the Airbrau in Munich. So that worked out. We're going to do another quick flight today and then kind of call it a day since this isn't a full day. Let's do Ontario to Oakland. The definition of blended. I hope we're gonna we have plans to do that next week. What a cool airplane. Let's get off VATSIM and escape and go to Ontario, California. Not Canada, Ontario, California. And I'm just gonna do a quick restart of my sim here. And come over there, and while we're at it, that was a nice flight. A lot more ATC than I thought we'd have. Okay, so let's see. I don't see anything going on here. So let's go check the real world. Digitallate us while the computer kind of cools down a little bit. Okay, let's come over and do KONT Ontario 26 left and 26 right. So 26 left and right. And Oakland 30 and 28 right. 30 and 28 right. Okay, looks good. Now then, over at Ontario, they have 2 runways. My guess is they're going to blast us off here on 26 right. So I'm going to plan for 26 right on our departure because it's longer. And then up in
Subscriber
Oakland,
confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
my guess
Loyalty
is they're going to
noted.
bring us in on... Our choices are 30 and 28. My guess is they're going to bring us in on 30. So we'll plan for 30. Ben just came in with a nice resub. Hey, Ben, thank you for a real nice resub. Good to see you. Thank you so much for 35 months of awesome support. Thank you for the jet fuel and the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on at Spy HQ. Thanks, Ben. Always appreciate you coming in and saying hi. And helping me keep the live stream dream going here. Okay, I think I've already got a FedEx 777. I have a 777 with GE engines already set up. So we can just go and plug this in. Hydrospace says hello. Hi, Hydrospace. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. New flight. All right. FDX, flight 441. KONT, KOAK. We are going to be a 777. And it's going to be the F. And we want the panda plane because it's unbearably cute. 26 right is, I think, what we want for our departure runway. Put us on the left side. I don't think I have actually got a flight in the F done in 24 yet. Well, there's no time like the present. On the other hand, I'm going to do 15 minutes of ATC fuel and generate. There should be a nice party of airplanes today, Polyot. Should be nice weather, as I noticed. A little bit bouncy up and down the coast maybe, but okay, let's see. Close the old PDF file we have. So let's make a new PDF just so it's on the desktop in case something goes wrong. And let's come on over here and pre-file on VATSIM. The mood that you're in today, you would spend the entire flight swearing on the airplane. That's why it is that I wanted to fly today. I would spend all of my time swearing at movies or something like that. So I decided I'm just going to come in and fly with friends. Okay, all that looks good. All right, let's see if I can make all of these things go correctly. That might be the title. And let's see if I can make the flight plan work too. Here comes the flight plan. So you can go and I'll have a link that you can click on for Mr. Flight Plan here almost immediately. And we don't want to forget Volanta. Okay, I think that updated too. All right, that's great. Let's come over and see if we have a panda plane in here. Free flight. 777. And configure. And livery. And there is our panda plane with a cute little bear on the side. Well, big bear actually. Save and go back. And we are going to Ontario, KONT. And then we need to look at VATSIM to make sure that we don't spawn on anybody. And FedEx is on the west end of the ramp. So FedEx is down here. How about Dock 7F? Let's see if that works. 07F. 07F. Move this up in case ATC should pop on. And we also need to get our route, which is relatively simple. And I'm probably going to have to set a few views on this one because I haven't been in this plane yet. Wow, look at the weather. It looks really good. Oh boy, that looks really clear over there. I'm going to guess that it doesn't normally look like that here in beautiful downtown Ontario. There's our Big Bear. Okay, that looks good. Let's get in the cockpit and get VATSIM. And we don't want to forget to do Volanta because, you know, okay, we got Volanta going. And I think low vis is going to be right down there. So there's, oh, look at that. We got another one. And the beep that we got was a squawk code. Look at how nice the weather is here today. It's really nice here. Dogs is at gate 409. Are you doing another airline? DT, yes, California weather dreaming for sure today. This is really nice. All right, let's see if we can make this work. I seem to have lights on. My startup seems to be good and my views are good. So let's go to ground operations. And I'm going to request stairs, side cargo, and ground power is already plugged in. FedEx part, that's right. It's they keep them separated. There might be, they have to keep the two cargo companies separated, otherwise there might be a rumble. There might be a rumble out there. Okay, I need to do one quick check here and make sure some settings are good in this airplane too. So if you'll give me just a sec, tell me if there's any weather out there while I go into the electronic flight bag and just check my settings here real fast. Yeah, I gotta do all of my numbers here. Hang on. I think you have to do it with each livery. Each livery. They might get feisty. Who knows? They could. Let's do Hoppy ACARS. And put Hoppy ACARS in. And then we're going to change our ATC network to Hoppy. And weather is sim and save. And all of that was good. It says my say intentions API key is valid. I don't have say intentions. Okay, done with all that. Come on in. All of your settings carry over. I've had to change Hoppy and everything else. Every airplane. Now my camera views worked, but not those. That's really weird. Request data from SimBrief. That looks good. Okay, power on the plane. Battery. Dog says it's 101 degrees in Gilbert, Arizona. And we're going to do emergency exit lights. We're going to do windshield heaters. We're going to turn on the ADARUs. We're going to turn on nav lights. And we're going to turn no smoking. My settings disappear with each update. Hoppy deletes itself. You're starting to think that there is a poltergeist in Stormy. Boy, I hope not. That would be scary. Okay, let's go and do charts while we're waiting for the airplane to power up. Departure, Ontario. I don't think that they do it for cargo. No, they don't. We're doing the Sunshine departure. The Sunshine 5. We're cleared to flight level 230. Initial con clearance is flight level 230. Arrivals, Oakland. EMSO 3 arrival. And that's going to put us out at Symbol for runway 30. Franny Parab. Actually, no, it's the Franny arrival. Symbol is for the north runways. We want the Franny transition for runway 30. Yep, Franny. Cool. Airports. And then FedEx Land is right in the middle. Okay, all of that looks good. And the airplane's coming on up and coming on, and it's alive. It is alive. Actually, Gazprod, this is kind of the way it was today. I was, been some stuff going on in the background and stuff, so just needed to fly with friends today. And yeah, nice to be here. Thank you for coming on in too. Plus, this is a pretty cool airplane. Been having a lot of fun with it. All right, let's go to the FMC. Everything looks good over there. And we're going to do our internal positions now. So we are at KONT, Ontario. We are at gate 7F. Gate 7F. It's not in the database, so we'll just go ahead and grab our GPS position and pop it in the boxes, and that should work. That's right, Speedbird. We've got it over there, and it's working really good. I mean, I'm not kidding. This airplane's been working great. Okay, so that looks good. Let's go to route. Route request, and Ontario. There's our route. That looks good. And let's go set the payload. Payload is set. Let's set fuel. Fuel is set. Clear those. And we're going to set the route. And that takes a second. And now it's route requesting. And route request has been sent. And it should go and get that. Okay, route is ready, wind data is ready, performance is ready, route 1 is ready. Now we have to load it. And now it loads. Perfect opportunity to hydrate. You're gonna get, yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Speedbird, when the iFly 737 arrives, then I'm going to probably think about that too. Now, if it turns out that our friends from Bluebird are not going to be updating the 757 for Flight Sim 2024, you know, for a really long time or something, I might keep it for that. but my performance is just so much better in this airplane. Okay, let's see. Page 2, that's our flight plan, looks good. Activate and execute. Cool. Okay, all of this looks great. Let's go to the pinned played pages and airport. Now then, we can come over to the comms page. Let's do comms and let's do flight information and ADA's request, and we are at KONT, Ontario. ADA's source is going to be PMDG since there's no ATC. I'd like auto updates and send it. And this is going to give us our weather, which is really kind of cool when you set it up like that. Okay, all that looks good. Let's also go and do KOAK, Oakland. And we're going to get PMDG weather there. I want auto updates there and send that too. So we're going to get both of those. Got to get both of those in there. And that's going to be nice. And we'll escape out of that for the time being. And if we look over here in new messages, we've got Ontario. Look at that. We have new messages. So let's just go ahead and look at the Ontario. Surface wind 230 at 9. Our runway's good. 10 miles visibility. Altimeter 2989. We'll just set the altimeter right now. And that one's good. And then we also have a new message, and that's going to be the Oakland, and it looks like the weather's still okay for us there. Cool. Now then, the airplane should be loaded, so we're going to accept this data. We're going to go to flight level 320. That's correct. Our zero fuel weight should be 526.9. 527. It rounded it up. Close enough. Plug that in, and that's good too. I didn't do a very good job of opening my doors and stuff for this flight. I don't think I opened up the big door. Oh, I did open up the big door. The big door. And you can see it's loaded. So all of that's loaded. Let's go ahead and close the big door. Sort of like the big room in history of the world. Side cargo. And this thing does not close quickly. It doesn't close quickly at all. But that's okay. Okay, and with that, let's do departure and arrival. We are expecting 26 right. That's the long runway, right? Let's just check and see. Two six right. So 26 right, and the Sunshine departure, and we exit at Corey's. And execute that. Go back on in. Our arrival is the ILS for runway 30. It's the EMSO 3 arrival via Argood and Franny. And execute that. See how fast you're able to plug in your flight data, your flight plan? When you stack up your own charts in there, you kind of have to look at it. And I think that's really good. Let's see. Polyod says, the world on time except when the door makes you late. I think that could be still their slogan. I'm not sure. I go all the way back to when they first started, when it absolutely positively has to get there overnight. It's a little bit long, can't paint it on the side of an airplane without a lot of paint, but there you go. Okay, all that looks good. Let's do legs. Legs are great. Let's do route. Legs, route data. Okay, we didn't do the other stuff. So that takes us right there. We need to do thrust limits first. I think you do thrust limits first. Patrick, yeah, totally unscheduled. Just wanted to spend a little time flying with friends today. And thank you for coming in. Performance tool, Ontario. 26 right for departure. Import aircraft weights, import weather, and calculate. How did you get a ticket on this one? Happy to be on board. Patrick, thank you for coming in today. Welcome in on YouTube. Thank you for coming over there. Oldman is back in chat. Hi, Oldman. Welcome aboard. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in. AC or stick? Okay, so I just picked one, and I've been using it for years. I've been using a side stick, an Airbus style, but it works just fine. It works just fine in Boeings too. Plus, the thing is if you've got a yoke, that means it's going to sit right in the middle of your desk. And so if you use your computer for other things, you got to move it away all the time, whereas my side stick just sits right there, and it's a happy side stick. So that's why I do it that way. And we just, according to Loviz, says we have gotten a clearance, so there's ATC. SoCal has popped up. Okay, so let's take a look and see what we got here. Ontario, the Sunshine departure, altitude 320, squawk, cleared, Sunshine, transition, blah, blah, blah. Main 10,000 feet, so that's different. 5 after departure, 128.05 for taxi. No Ontario ATIS though, so we're going to assume that we're going to get our runways. Okay, so 10,000 feet, 128.05 for taxi. 128.05. There we go. And we did get a squawk code, 7763. 7763. Cool, we got that in there now. So we're going to do our D rate -2 and 49 degrees. -2 and 49. Takeoff, it's going to be flaps 5. Our center of gravity should be 26.7. And that is correct. Speeds according to this are 159, 159, and 160. 159, 159, and 160. Let's do 160 up here. And our runway heading, we're good off of that. So the runway heading is going to be 258 degrees. We've set our altimeter, speed. That's my cue to turn on my flight directors. And that looks good too. All right, let's go close another door. Otherwise, it absolutely positively won't get there on time. Loviz says center has popped up too. Let's go ahead and close the doors. Here goes the front door closing. Okay, that looks good. Loviz says center. And that looks great too. APU can pop up. Let's turn on the cabin utility in case Tom Hanks is back there. And then we'll go and turn on our hydraulics. And usually this is when I'm going to go and hit my fuel pumps just cause. Doors closed. Ontario to Oakland. That's what we're doing. Which, original Darkwind is a real FedEx flight. And I think it's a real UPS flight too. FedEx flies a 767. So we've had to do a substitution today because we wanted to fly the Bear plane. Here comes the tug. Let's do parking brakes on. And let's do a checklist so we don't forget anything. Oxygen, flight instruments, heading and altimeter are checked. That looks really good. Before start, mode control panel, V2, heading track and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds, we rotate at 159. The CDU is set up. The trim is not set. Takeoff trim is going to be 5. There's 5. Make sure it stays there. Sometimes it kind of clicks over in the next thing. Original Dark Wind is in Hawaii. You're going to fly a FedEx from Honolulu to Ontario. You know, I'll bet that's a real flight, Original Dark Wind. I'll bet that would be a real flight for you. Taxi and takeoff briefing. Yeah, I didn't do a very good job on that. Bacon is going to go on. Beacon is beaconing. And that checklist is complete. Let's come on down here. 128.050 actually. 128.050, not 005. And after that, it's Los Angeles Center, 126.525. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and we're going to go transponder to transponder. And in this airplane, that means we're squawking mode Charlie. We said contact for taxi, so push and starts on us. Let's see, there's nobody over there.
299, heavy contact.
Nobody's over there. I think it's time to go.
Bye-bye.
Parking brake going off. Little Bit Bolso is back. Hey, Little Bit Bolso. Happy Wednesday to you. Original Dark Wind had a nice landing, minus 407 for the A350. That is a good landing. Remember, that's a really big airplane. That is a super big airplane.
Heavy radar contact to altitude.
Altitude.
FedEx 120 passing 15 and for 100.
FedEx 120, roger. Climb maintain 1313,000.
1313,000, FedEx 120.
And our Panda plane is looking really, really good. And stop. Parking brakes. Release the tug. And engine number 2 is doing pretty good. We should have had the engineering secondary panel on. Engine number 1, I mean, looks good. Let's go ahead and we're going to do starting engine 1. Everything else looks good in there. AZ, welcome aboard. I just needed to do some flying with friends today, AZ, that's all. And I was excited about flying around, you know, in the 777 like this. So we're doing an extra day today. Oldman says when you're marshalling at work, the last thing they do before departure is the flap and rudder check. Well, if you don't do that, it's going to cause a big flap, right? Technically, I do that. I do those checks. You're supposed to.
Contact Tower 120.5. You just got on.
Is supposed to be. when you're doing the flaps and presetting everything else too. So that's when you do that. AZ, thank you for saying that. That is so nice of you. Thank you. Oh no, somebody's taking a plane to Victorville.
324, contact late tower 120.5.
Oh, going to Victorville. Spooky Dave, thank you for coming in today too. Welcome on in.
Tower, my bad.
Okay, looks good. Two good starts. Yep. And APU can go off. Flaps. 5. Auto brakes. And now, so this is what Oldman Wilco wants to do. And then you're right. This is what we should do. Come up here. And we're going to do flight controls. And then we look down here and do flight controls. First of all, check stabilizer trim, 5.0. That's correct. Elevators. Rudder, ailerons. Rudders. And so that would be our flap check, basically.
They would take off runway 115, that is.
Before taxi checklist, anti-ice not needed.
LA Center 126.5.
And control. Recall is clear. Flight controls have been checked. Ground gear is clear. And now that checklist is good. SoCal, hello there from FedEx 441 on the ground at FedEx Land in Ontario. Latest weather's aboard, requesting taxi.
X441, SoCal approach, runway 26 right, taxi via November Whiskey, altimeter 2989er.
2989 on the altimeter, runway 26 right via November Whiskey for FedEx 441. Shall we go? It's taxi time. I just hope that this taxi won't be too taxiing on us. And there's our really big airplane. Let's go. Gonna need a little bit to get it going. It's a heavy plane.
Subscriber confirmed.
I
Talk clearance
think Green
granted,
Planet
agent.
has just come in.
Loyalty noted.
And Green Planet says 6 months. Hey, Green Planet, thank you for coming in. And we're clear. So now I usually do the taxi light a little bit later, assuming that there's a ground crew person and we don't want to blind them. I don't know if that's correct or not, Oldman. You can tell me. I always wait until I'm, away from the ground crew and the gate area before I turn on lights and stuff like that. TCAS is off until we get out of the ground area. I think that you do that closer to the runway, Cambo. Is that right? And Dogs is out here too, so we got to watch out for Dogs. Before takeoff checklist, flaps are set. Before takeoff checklist is good.
It's 201. Who's checking in at 14?
Southwest 1575 in Ontario.
Nope. Was somebody checking in on the circuit? Victor Papa Hotel 406.
Victor Papa Hotel 406, go ahead.
Victor Papa 406, SoCal approach at circuit third, LS runway 25 left, LA altimeter 2990.
So everything is set. TCAS when we get close to the runway. I don't know. Maybe they turn on TCAS a little bit sooner and I turn it on too late. Over here, that's where Prime Air is parking. So that's, the Amazon delivery.
Runway 25 left, Victor Hotel 406.
And 324.
Dead game time. Thank you for coming by today.
Left direct Clipper, Mount 324.
Who's that, Ontario?
Southwest 1575.
1575, SoCal approach, pushback approved, face east.
We're pushing started already for 1575.
Roger, South 1575, runway 26 right taxi via November 1 Whiskey.
November 1 Whiskey first, Whiskey, 1570, Southwest 1575.
Victor Papa, Hotel 406.
I don't know what airplanes they use, Cambo. I know I've seen pictures of them using 777s. I know they've been using 757s, excuse me. Mr. Nesbitt is in chat. It's been an incredibly long time. Thank you for coming and saying hello. Currently knee-deep in writing your PhD dissertation. Holy moly, Mr. Nesbitt. My mom did her PhD, and I remember her working and researching her dissertation too, Mr. Nesbitt. That is a huge project. And, you know, 3 cheers to you for getting that going. Good luck with it. I hope it goes out well. And I hope it's you're able. You know, the defense goes good too, and you get your PhD. 3 very special letters behind your name, right?
Climb to level 230 in contact.
I think it's a really good airplane, Chris. Absolutely loving this airplane on Flight Sim. Oldman, the work rule at EGVN is as soon as the strobe is on, engine power is up, taxi lights tell the marshaller he's ready to go. Okay.
Climate Sam 13,000.
13,000, L47.
LNAV, VNAV.
$82 descending on the Angel 4 arrival.
$82 I Center, SoCal approach, LA altimeter 29900, say altitude.
Okay, we're passing to flight level 2.
It is a surprisingly clear, nice day here.
82 Roger, at circuit cleared, ILS runway 25 left approach.
I mean, look at that. I mean, the weather is so nice today. Something's wrong. Mountain Man says it's hot though. It's nice and clear, but it's really hot. It's in the 90s.
Bye-bye.
All right, up to 15,000. Contact center. Have a good one.
Prime uses 767s, 737s, A330s, and they're starting to use some 777s. Sunjammer, was that a 757 over there that we taxied by? Is that you, Sunjammer? It looked like just my generic airplane. Didn't look right. Mr. Nesbitt is doing a PhD in cognitive neuroscience. Really? If the defense does not go according to plan, retraining as a pilot is plan B. Cognitive neuroscience. Well, you got to have an awful lot of subjects for study here on Twitch. Right on the internet. Polyad says it makes sense. Atlas operates prime air flights and they have 777s. Manifee says it's really windy today in Orlando, gusting to 21 knots.
190, Passenger 1 heavy.
Good luck with that, Mr. Nesbitt, and thanks for coming in and saying hi. So for my cognitive neuroscience that I'm going to do here, I'm going to be superstitious and click my pen 3 times for good luck.
American 1247, contact LA Center 126.52, yeah.
126.52.
Well, sort of good parking here.
SoCal departure, Chancellor 140, Juliet, dead Clay Lacey and John Wayne, requesting taxi. You got information, Zulu.
And over there is UPS land. It looks like UPS is a bigger operation here than, say, FedEx is. At least their ramp is bigger. And they have 747s over here. They have A300s over there. I think 75s and 76s. And that's over in that far ramp on the other side of the runway. That's right. And Polyad says that they don't strand Tom Hanks on an island. It's the biggest on the airport for cargo. Mountain Man says that UPS, so they're the biggest operation. SoCal, FedEx 441 is holding short of runway 26 right in Ontario, fully ready.
X441 Heavy, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
26 right, clear for takeoff. FedEx 441 Heavy. Lights. Minimum takeoff fuel. Minimum is 34.6. I am at 39.4. We're in good shape.
Southwest 1575, radar contact, altitude.
Altitude.
4,500 feet southwest 1575.
Landing lights.
Roger, climb maintain 13,000.
And throttles going up.
Victor Papa Hotel 406.
Engines are stable. Clock. Auto throttle.
Back tower, 0.50.
Tiger 501, heavy traffic, 7 o'clock westbound on the south
80
side.
knots.
Is a 737 at 3000.
Traffic inside, American 501 heavy.
Tiger 501 heavy, roger. Maintain visual separation. He's on the south side, he's on factory.
Alright, maintain visual, and you want it at 190 still.
Tiger 501 heavy, maintain 180 knots, let's go.
180 to code.
V1. Rotate.
40 Juliet, landing 220, runway 20 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 20 right, and we'll fly heading 220. 40 Juliet.
Our panda plane is in the sky, being unbearably cute. Bringing
FedEx 441 heavy, radar contact to altitude.
FedEx 441 heavy is 1,600 for 10.
FedEx 441 heavy, roger. Climb maintain 13,000.
13,000 for FedEx 441.
America 501 heavy, contact tower 120.95.
2095, American 501 heavy, seal.
AP, because we get busy in this airplane.
484 Hotel
What
Bravo,
a
Hotel
beautiful
Bravo,
day in Ontario. It's hot, but it's a nice day. After the 300 series, the cargo market, in the last 10, they decided they wanted to get back into it. So they launched a number of passenger to freighter variants, passenger to freight. And that's their version of the BCF Boeing converted freighters. And Polyad says the A330 package to freighter only did its first flight in 2018. No kidding.
400, 40 Juliet.
And flaps up.
40 Juliet, roger. Climb maintain 13,000.
Speedbird.
Climb maintain 13,000, 40 Juliet.
Is the music too loud today? Okay. I need to make a change on that. It could be that the airplane's too loud, but Speedbird. I need to work on that. That was really interesting. I didn't realize that they kind of gave up on it for a while, Polyad. I figured it was. I figured it was always part of their plan was to do just, cargo and passengers. Oh, we didn't do Terra. There we go. We've got traffic. Looks good.
I'm not quite sure yet. I just need to double check.
Loviz says we need to do A330 cargo flying. So that was because, Polyot says it's because Boeing dominated the cargo market back then, and so they really didn't try to compete. They were doing other things.
5075, contact LA Center 126.52. Yeah.
Contact LAX or LA Center for 126.525 for Southwest 1575. Thank you for the ATC.
X441 Heavy, contact LA Center 126.525. Yeah.
126.525 for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a good week. 126.525. That's going to be Los Angeles. You know what? For packages going across a pond and stuff like that, I guess you really couldn't do that at all, could you?
That's runway 1 right.
LA Center, hello there from FedEx 441 Heavy, passing 8,200 for 13.
FedEx 441 LA Center, welcome, climb maintain flight level 320.
Flight level 320 for FedEx 441.
Southwest 1575, you with me?
With me? Is that as bad as with you? Russ, how and where do you adjust your trim settings for takeoff?
360 for Southwest 1575.
So in this airplane, first you got to do is turn on the right electric hydraulic, the 2 center electrics, and then these switches all go to auto. And I watched a video at some point, Russ, where you start in the lower right-hand corner, go counterclockwise around there, okay? That's step 1. Step 2 is if you look down here by the parking brake, there's your trim setting. And so I have a trim control on my side stick, so nose up, nose down for the elevator, and this is where you set it. And so right now my trim is currently set at 325. That's going to be 3.5, 375, and 4. And that's how you set trim on this airplane.
We're looking with a step away for about 5 minutes if possible.
United 6373, you'll be leaving my airspace
If
shortly,
you
so
also want,
don't
you
put
can
the
come
one
over
right
here
there,
and
it's
hit the flight control button, and you'll get your stabilizer trim right in there too. You'll see what the stabilizer trim is there. And that's another place to check it. Checklists. After takeoff checklist is good. Checklist is complete. Do the buttons on the left side of the yoke. If we zoom in, there is a push. There's a finger there. I don't want to mess with it right now, but you might be able to do it there too. And in fact, Polyot says the answer is yes. And if you have key bindings, you'll see these buttons move while you're moving it. That's awesome. That's pretty cool that you use your key binding, but those little buttons move along with it. And nice departure. I'm about 20 miles behind the departing traffic. The windows on the 777 freighter that look out over the wings are very small, much smaller, at least this one up here, than the one in the back. So that is a really small, I guess that's just an inspection port, but much smaller.
Mountain 324 descent via the round of 3 arrival, runway 1 left.
Guess that's when the co-pilot has to go back and visually inspect, wings and engines and stuff. Almost time to reset the altimeter. Good evening, AH Mike. Thanks for coming by. Happy Wednesday. Appreciate you coming in. I hope it's a good Wednesday for you, and thank you for stopping on in. 18,000 feet, and it just turns amber, I guess. So barrel button, and that's set. Nishat, I'm sorry I didn't see you coming in. Welcome to you, and thank you for coming by today. I do miss certain things when I've got my head down in the McDo's and stuff like that, but thank you for saying hi again. I appreciate you coming by. I hope it's a good week so far. And we'll see you when, I hope you're able to do some good flying. Uh-oh. We got a comm. So let's go and hit the comms button. And over here in new messages, we have an Oakland ATIS, so that's current. And we have an Ontario. So they just updated their ATIS. But we're going to go ahead and let's do flight info and ATIS request. And we're going to turn off Ontario. KONT. Ontario. We don't need their weather anymore. We were getting PMDG data. And we're going to terminate that. And that should terminate that. I hope. I'm not sure that that's been working so well.
Faster X-ray, looks like we're a bit high. We're not able to make the altitude restrictions curly.
You use VATSIM data?
Qatari 5.
You could be, if I knew that there was ATC in the area, I would use VATSIM data.
Would you like just a quick hold for descent?
We might be able to make them a bit.
And all this is good. Climb's good. We are 269 miles south of Oakland. Loviz says that Oakland is offline.
Resume the Ironman 2 at Muppet and descend the Ironman 2 Sky Faster X-ray. Thank you.
And out we go. So Loviz likes to use the D-ATIS, digital ATIS. Now we're still getting weather from Oakland, so that's good. There's the digital ATIS that Loviz got. Information Golf. Winds are 280 at 15. Runway 30 and 28 right. We're good to go there. Caution, birds near airport. Bird activity in the vicinity. It's those birds are everywhere, causing trouble. I wonder if, when Captain Sullenberger is walking around a zoo and stuff like that, looking around, sees the birds over there and says, I know about you guys. That's what VATSIM, so VATSIM uses D-ATIS in the US, right?
American 134 LA Center, welcome. Climb, maintain flight level 350. And American 134, verify flight level 350.
350, American 134.
See if anybody brought pizza. No, nobody brought any good food. No smoking is still on, so the no smoking light looks good. Here's some international plugs for laptops and stuff. And if you look around the other side behind the seats here, if you look on the other side of these seats, you see there's these baskets down here. So my guess is that's where you would put your carry-on stuff. Either that or that's the corral for the volleyballs. So they put all the volleyballs in there. Oh, these footrests aren't going to do anybody any good.
Good evening.
The baskets are... oh, they're there to... these are blowout panels. Oh, okay.
Delta 100 LA
So
Center,
if there's a
welcome to
blowout
Climate
panel, it doesn't go flapping up like that. And okay, that makes sense. Thanks for saying so, Mountain Man.
November 6 Papa Romeo, runway 24, clear to land.
Well, up until the point that Tom Hanks was deadheading, you know, when Tom Hanks took that flight, I'm sure that a lot of them did. And then all of a sudden they decided, maybe this isn't such a good idea. Surprise, kids, we're flying cargo class.
Which is at your own risk. You can just call ready for a taxi, and you'll be talking to Vegas Approach now on 135.0.
Oh, I'm sure it's happened.
A bit.
Okay, coming over here, and there's our final cruise, flight level 320. And we're doing really good on this flight. I'm sure that they probably do those sorts of things.
Southwest 426, radar contact lost.
You know, I'm sure that, you know, that's probably a real cheap flight out to Hawaii.
18.05.
Real cheap flight to Hawaii. I'm going to guess that, well, it probably depends on how far up the executive is. Probably the lower level, they probably are paying their taxes and stuff. But the, you know, the top vice presidents and the top, I'm going to imagine that, you know, they just get to get on the plane and not have to worry about, you know, the taxes or the catering fee or something like that. Mountain Man says, though, if you work for the company, you jump seat for free in the U.S. The only cost to that is you do have to buy your own Tylenol because the seats are so uncomfortable. You know, basically those 2x4s with a seat belt and a little, you know, fabric on it. And a nice cruise. I think the band just ran out.
Southwest 1575.
So Mountain Man might know. So back here in the cabin, the bigger airplanes, they've left a galley aboard. Does the airline put coffee, and so does the airline put coffee and stuff here, or do you have to go and bring your own stuff to put in that galley? Or is it basically just a refrigerator and a water spigot, and you just have to go and bring your sack lunch and put it in there? It looked like Lufthansa Cargo actually stocked it with stuff from their... It looked like they stocked it with stuff that, you know, from their flight kitchen, at least on the Inga and Claudia flights that I watched. Coffee, snacks, drinks, and they'll put the crew meals in. See, I kind of think that that's really nice that they do that. They do take care of you. Mountain Man, you know, in the modern day of business, if you can find a company that takes care of you like that, I think that's great. That is really, really nice that they do that. Okay, Mach point 81. And we are 91. Oh, wow. 91 miles from top of descent here. Okay. So let's do. review and flight info. And Oakland, there is the latest Oakland.
Over to Vegas approach, Mount 324, we'll see ya.
That's 2202, so that was the latest. There's the latest Oakland weather. Okay, so winds are nice. I think our runway's fine. 2999 is our altimeter setting. And zoom in and make sure that it's set correctly. There we go. That looks good. Our ILS. So we're done with Ontario. We're done with the SID. And the approach for our runway says minimums in the lower left-hand corner is going to be 209 feet.
FedEx 441 Oakland's operator service terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you.
Over to Unicom for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a really good week.
Here's up.
So 209. And again, after you're done pointing and clicking these things, because it's so small. So that looks really good. Let's go to Unicom. 122.8. You know what? We're also back in the United States, which means we need to do period and KOAK, and CTAF for Oakland is 127.2. 127.2. We'll preset that right now. 127.2. Okay, Polyot says one airline's policy on travel is that they can, at the company's discretion, charge you for any taxes and fees arising from your flight if for personal use, though it needs updating as it refers to things that no longer apply. So that means that basically means more paperwork. Because there are certain things that no longer apply. Okay, I think we're good to go here. On the arrival, the EMSO arrival, we're going to come over here and we need to be at 4,100 feet at Franny. (4,100 feet at Franny. Did we actually flip the frequency?
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
122.8. I actually didn't flip it over. I changed the same frequency twice. There we go. 122.8, and we're set to go there. And we just got a really nice raid from Fly with Craig. Hey, Fly with Craig, welcome aboard. Thanks for being a raider. Welcome on in. That kid Alex is in chat. Simming save. Hey, that kid. Max is here, and Tilted Blunder is back too. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We've got a unbearably cute airplane with our big bear on the nose, flying a cargo flight from Ontario, California, up to Oakland, which they apparently do. This is a simming safe. Yeah. Always like to have panda planes. Fly with Craig did a 777-200 flight sim pack. GE90s Toronto to Cancun. How long was that? How long was Toronto to Cancun? That's right. This is a route. Now, Loviz says that FedEx flies this with 767s. So we're substituting the 777 on this one. So it's 3 hours down to Cancun. Toronto to Cancun's about 3 hours. It's not bad to get from Toronto to the beach. That's not bad at all. And there's our top of descent in about 40 miles. And 48 miles, actually. Fly with Craig. You horrible winds. Usually down at the beach there's going to be in Cancun. I don't think I've ever had a really nice, totally buttery landing in Cancun because it's always windy there. Tilted Blunder reminds us that there are closer beaches too. Simming Save says can get to worse places than the beach in 3 hours from Toronto. Oh, sure. You know, you can get to the Terrence and Phillip concert in less time. And here comes our descent checklist. So cancel recall. And cancel recall is clear. There are no notes. Auto brakes. Let's do auto brakes 3. Landing data. Init ref is 147. We'll call it 150. Our approach briefing, we're completely blowing it off today, and that checklist is now done. Oakland, here we come. And that top of descent is good. Don't need to worry about that. We have CTAF set up. We've done our checklist. It's awfully quiet on Unicom right now, but that's okay. Wings are still attached. Loviz wants to take a 777 break tomorrow. So for Berlin to Amsterdam, I was going to probably do a little Air Berlin A319 for that. So for the Berlin event, you know, a nice little A319. That's true. Polyot says RSR may not be pleased. And I think I got a nice comment on the, speaking of people like that, Matthias actually said something nice on the YouTube video. Which was really kind of, wow, that was nice, thank you. That was mostly on camera views, but also how to set up the cold and dark on this airplane. Which really, you could set up a really cold and dark thing. Loviz has been putting in a lot of PMDG miles over the past 2 weeks. That's true, especially because Loviz also does a lot of FedEx flying for the FedEx virtual airline. And this looks good. You've got to keep up the momentum with the 300 ER that's coming up on Friday. I don't know, you know. I know the 300 ER is coming. I think I've got the 777 that I want. You know, we've got the 200 for passengers, so we can fly, you know, an old Battleship Gray 200, sort of. Loviz. Oh, Wigbill is going to do the virtual airline. No kidding. And thank you for reminding me to hydrate mustache. Have we got the most spy flight? There could be a lot of spies in there, Polyot. You're absolutely right. There could be. Thanks for reminding me to do that, mustache. We need to fly the 77 Whiskey. That's the one that they're updating Friday, right? But I've got my cargo plane. I don't want to have to fly a cabin full of cranky passengers, you know, including someone that might try and open an emergency exit. At least I know my volleyballs back there are going to behave. Loviz has actually brought a lot of people into the FedEx VA.
Subscriber confirmed.
There's been
Top
another
clearance
resub.
granted,
Wow, there's
agent.
been some nice
Loyalty
resubs today.
noted.
Hey, Vinny. Thank you for a really, really nice resub. Vinny has been here for 21 months. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Bear, just wanted to do a couple of flights with friends today. Russ did. That's right. Russ just came back from a trip to New York, DFW to Newark. When we got to the gate, we were informed that we were heading to LaGuardia. No problem. But for those that needed to be at Newark, they had to have a bus. Well, at least the air traffic control problems didn't affect the bus. There are referral points? Really? If you refer, 10 people to the FedEx VA, you get to ship one email absolutely positively overnight. That didn't make sense at all, did it? That didn't make sense at all. So Russ, you had to go over and do the Newark flight and then get bussed? Loviz had to do a bus ride from Newark over to Kennedy in the middle of the night, and it was painful. I'm going to guess so. In the middle of the night, and you've probably already been traveling, right? It's just sort of like, okay, I want to be done with this, right? And now it's sort of like, you've got to get on a bus. And it probably wasn't the most comfortable of buses either. There's a rhyme. Martel says there's a rhyme in German which translates to cargo does not barf, cargo does not complain. Yeah, I've never had that problem before, but I can't imagine what it's like being a passenger when the one next to you has got motion sickness. I think that would be really, really ick. I think that would be really icky and not very much fun.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh my gosh, we've
More
got another
agents
raid
joining
today.
the
It's
spy
Dr.
flight.
Nasty Toast. Hey, Dr. Nasty Toast, welcome aboard. Thank you for a raid. Good to see you. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and coming in today. Russ was heading home. You did the subway to Penn Station, only to find that New Jersey Transit was on strike and no trains to Newark. Had to walk 8 blocks up to 42nd Street to find and take the bus to Newark. Holy moly, Russ. I mean, by the time you got to sit down in your seat after 8-block walk in New York, probably not at the best of hours. Dr. Nasty Toast, hello and welcome. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Dr. Nasty Toast was flying Flight Sim today. Horses flying. The horses get better treatment than first class cabin passengers. And we have started our descent. Oakland, here we come. I got one airplane. Oh, it's about 10 miles ahead of me. That's probably good, but we need to watch that. Well, they probably get all sorts of horsey snacks and stuff like that. On the other hand, some of them probably have to be sedated a little bit. My guess is the horses have to be sedated to put them on a cabin. Loviz is at Franny and going in. Our first spy arrival. Happy landings, Loviz. Feel Lethal is going to take a 737.
New recruit detected.
Thank you so much.
Welcome
Unfortunately,
aboard,
it's the
Stay
backseat
sharp.
alert. Dr. Nasty Toast, thank you for the really nice raid. I appreciate it, and thank you for the follow. I will get over and hit the follow button on your channel as well. And thank you for the really nice raid. And we will see you in the friendly sim skies Let's see. Got it done. Thank you so much. And have a great evening. Russ, okay, all right, so it gets better for Russ. Okay, Russ has to walk eight blocks. Then we got our baggage tags, dropped them off with American. The agent discovered my wife's name was listed on the ticket as first name and the first two letters of her last name, something the TSA wouldn't let through. After waiting in another line, we got the paper boarding pass for her. Still, TSA wouldn't let her through. We had to go back and get an American agent to vouch for her. You had what qualifies as a nightmare trip, didn't you, Russ? That doesn't sound like fun at all. That does not sound like a good time
Reinforcements
at all.
incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Polyot flew with Doug the Pug in the cabin with you. You hate the idea of dogs flying in the hold and them being terrified. I would imagine that they would be really scared. Oh, look who's here. One of our favorite pilots in Flight Sim, Allison Johnson, just did a great raid. Hi, Allison. Welcome aboard. Dougal came in, too. Allison does, if you don't know, Allison does really, really great historic flights. Really awesome historic flights, including one that I watched kind of on and off because it was so long, where Allison and Captain Arash did celestial navigation. And it was shadowing a real-world historic flight, too. And I heard that the celestial navigation worked out pretty good. So definitely one of the better channels to follow if you get a chance to do that, just so that you can see some really good historic flights. In airplanes not like this one. I mean, in airplanes that the only glass was in the pilot's hand, usually full of whiskey back in the day, right? Muse Fan is here. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Goblin Zeus, thank you for being a part of the raid. And Super Typhon is here too. And we are coming on in. Seatbelts to on. And everything else is looking good. And thank you for coming by. This is looking great too. As we come in on our star. Going down to 4,100 feet. Okay, and Russ's story continues. Oh my gosh, what a day. Let's see. Then upon arriving at the gate, our flight was delayed 2.5 hours because of bad weather at DFW. But we did have seats in the exit aisle that made for lots of room. Our daughter was working the flight that was delayed so that you could drive home together. Russ, it sounds like you're glad to be home on this one. You're glad to be home. Dougal, thank you for coming in. Yeah, I've been starting a little bit early every now and then, and we're kind of moving towards starting the spy flight, moving to 1800 Zulu, so we can take part in some more of the really, really fun European VATSIM events that we kind of miss. I mean, today we really should have started at about 1700 for Munich Wednesday. And Munich Wednesday was really good. I had one of the longest set of taxi instructions I've ever had. I mean, I think we got kicked over 3 or maybe 4 times to 4 different apron or ground controllers to get from the cargo land over to our runway. It's a good time. I think, yeah, I'm kind of thinking that's a good idea. 18 to 17, something like that. Allison says it is almost midnight. Well, Allison, isn't that when the party actually begins at your place? You know, midnight, 1 a.m. It's when all the cool people show up. Thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful evening. Continue happy landings. We'll see you next time. Yeah, I hear that you know, midnight's just when the party starts. And standard altimeter. Altimeters are checked and set. Bye, Ellison. Thank you for being here. Oh, Rambo Hunter is back. Welcome back in. Okay, looking good here. And let's hit the checklist button and see where we're at. And the checklist says altimeters. Altimeters are done. And that checklist is complete. Tilted Blunder says, if anyone turns up at my place after midnight, you're not going to be the best pleased. Probably not too terribly happy. Terribly not too happy. I don't know. I've got a couple of neighbors around this place where I live where people do come stomping down the hallway and stuff really, really late. Rambo Hunter, all of the PMDG airplanes are really good. This is a PMDG airplane. This is their 777, and I'll tell you, I'm definitely enjoying this airplane. It's a lot of fun. This airplane flies around the world, all sorts of different places. So really, with all the PMDG airplanes, Rambo Hunter, you're going to be just fine. You'll be happy with them. I thought I turned on Volanta. I think I got Volanta on. I got Volanta set. There's our airplane. There's San Francisco. There's Oakland. Volanta is on. I'm a good pilot. Oh, Loviz never turned on Volanta. Oh, okay. Loviz didn't do that. Well, you know, Polyot has a real special message for you. Polyot has a very special message for people that don't turn on Volanta. Bring in the map a click. Oh, you don't. I'm going to start reducing my speed on my own here because I'm a little close and I think this airplane ahead of us is going to the same airport. I'm going to slow down just a little bit. Again. Lucidity wants to know if WinWing flight control unit works with SimApp Pro or do you need a MobiFlight? Loviz uses MobiFlight for, I believe, every one of them. I think all of Loviz's WinWing stuff is controlled through MobiFlight. Can I get my landing rate? Loviz gets it from Pegasus. That's the ACARS for that's going to be the ACARS for UPS, right? It's like Love Cars for Southwest, I think. So I'm slowing it down even more. We're going to go and turn TCAS to ahead and below so I can keep an eye on that airplane ahead of us. About 600 feet too high. So I just threw out a little bit of speed brake there, not much. Loviz had a great landing rate, a minus 158. How about that? That's really good. I don't know. What do you need to take a 777 break for? Getting great landing rates like that. I definitely want to hold on to a few of those. Let's see. 265 is flaps 1. Coming up on 10,000 feet. Lights. Really, yeah, tilted blender. Really, 3 cheers for that landing rate. Let's reduce our speed even more to keep some good separation with the airplane ahead of us, because it's just us. It is a really nicely done airplane. CL13, it's okay. I forget if it's a freeware or a payware, but it is not a bad looking airport. 20 miles straight in. Yeah, the weather here in California is really nice today. Very unusual that it's this nice all the time. Zybok is here. Hi, Zybok. Did you come in with raid? Is it foggy in the bay? It could be. The visibility that we've gotten pretty much has said it's been nice, though. Still got a little bit of speed brake there. Little bit of speed brake out there. And now we're going to go flaps 1. Zybok beer cheers. Thanks for the two-tone Murphy. Always full pint of Guinness emote. The nicest emote to have. An always full beverage. And speed brakes down. Your flight did not count with FedEx because you forgot to start Pegasus after you started taxiing. Oh, that's not good. That's never a happy pilot. Okay, everything looks good there. Checklist. It's speed brakes, landing gear, flaps. I know, the shame of an invalid flight. Speed brakes are armed. Pauliette says, could you do a claim? Okay, that looks good. And last map click. That airplane's a good 7 miles out, it looks like. And there we are, right there at Miney. And we're coming over here to Franny at 4,100. And I'm down, well, I tried to go to about 210. A little close to these hills here. Free lethal is in the airplane, so I've already gone down to 210. But when you need to slow down for your landing, you slow down for your landing, because that's what you need to do. You need to get your speeds right. I'm going to keep an eye on you so I don't run into you. There was a 240 speed restriction at my rib. I guess that's for people going to McDonald's. Low-vis got rejected actually for livery and airframe. VAMSIS is a platform that a number of virtual airlines use, and the ACARS is called Pegasus. Free Lethal is making the final turn. Another great landing. And we should go to CTAF 127.2.
And Oakland traffic, Southwest 1575 is on a 10-mile final for runway 30, Oakland traffic.
Oakland traffic, there is a FedEx 777. We are about 5 miles from Franny, getting ready to set up for the ILS runway 30, Oakland. We're going to slow down to 180. It's a little bit sooner, but we're getting still closer to that airplane. And so we'll do our 180. Flaps 15. Actually, Pauliot, it looks like we might have a little bit of fog in the bay. It looks like we do have a little bit of fog in there. AZ, yeah, we're going to do this. This was an extra day. Just felt like doing a little bit of flying with friends today. So I need to go and still do week time things, you know, make some food that I put in food containers so that I can zap at the end of the regular live stream, and a little bit of cleanup here, but we'll kick it in. Our first flight tomorrow is 1900 Zulu, Berlin to Amsterdam. Air Berlin flies again. The bay is definitely predictable, isn't it? Skythmane says they've clear skies today in the bay in real life. It looks like it's been nice here. It just looks like that's probably a little bit of bay fog there, Skythmane. So it's nice in most of the area, but AZ, I'm sorry if you didn't get to fly today. This was last minute. Normally I'm sitting back on Wednesday sleeping and watching movies and stuff like that. I just really needed to fly with some friends, so there you go. That's why.
Oakland traffic, Southwest 1575 is on a 5-mile final for runway 30, Oakland traffic.
A little more flap here. Let's go ahead and get landing gear out now. Wheels coming down. Let's also get the approach working for us so that we can concentrate on all the things we have to do in the cockpit. And VAP again's 147. Let's call it 150. To our little posture check thing. Sit back and get ready to do rudder pedals. I got the airport. I got the runway. That airplane is still on finals, so let's go ahead and do... It's a little soon, but not too soon here. And flaps. And full flaps. Cool. I may need to change one of my ground texture settings. Things are a lot muddier in the distance here than I remember. I remember things being a lot sharper. Landing checklist is complete. All green. Nothing red. Nothing beeping, flashing, or no sirens going off. Looks like we've got a little bit of a wind from the left. It's going to blow us to the right. Everything else is set. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. That wind from the left just blew us over to the right. As predicted, we're exiting to the right.
Oakland traffic southwest 1575 is clear of runway 30. Oakland traffic.
Oakland traffic, there is a FedEx 777. We are on about a 5-mile final for runway 30, landing Oakland. So we'll probably catch Whiskey 5, need to back taxi to Bravo to FedEx land. Low-Vis has filed a claim. Well, there isn't an awful lot of fog on this side. Looks like it's a little hazy and foggy the closer you get to the coast. That could just be some of that, you know, coastal haze that you've always got. We are a touch high. It shall not stand. Low-Vis is going to get credit for that flight. As well you should. Original dark wind, use the correct term. It's the marine layer. Mustache says to stretch. I'll do it like that real fast. Thank you for reminding me to stretch and hydrate and stay healthy while live streaming. There is a updated pack with the correct config files. Landing.
Light slow, light slow, light slow, light slow, light slow, light slow, light slow. 30, 20, 10.
I think I missed the high speed. I think I missed the high speed, but it's fun to go outside the airplane and check it out while it's landing. I also moved the button to go outside a little bit closer so I can get to it. Oh, not supposed to use that. It's got an X on it. Not supposed to use that taxiway. Using controls on the left side of the yoke and so I've got the question about trimming the airplane. I'm using the wind wing. Pyroblaster's calling it a night. Good night, Pyroblaster. Thank you for coming. Have a great evening. So I've got the wind wing Airbus joystick, right? The wind wing has a hat switch that's kind of hidden under the little thumb pad for the side stick. Oakland traffic, that FedEx 777's clear of runway 30, taxiing to FedEx land. Happy landings, Oakland. So what I've gone and done is the hat switch. If I'm sitting in the cockpit and I'm flying around and stuff, I can look left, I can look right, and if I push the button, it returns me to the center position like that. Here's the deal. As far, you know, on a typical hat switch, you can look up and you can look down. I've changed those buttons. So what I do is I now have the trim switches. So if you look down here, if you look, I'm going to go trim up. You see there's trim up and trim down. So that way I can trim without my hand going off the side stick. And I really have found that, okay, I can look this way, I can look this way. I don't really need to look up that much. So I'm pretty happy with that kind of a setup. And that's how it is that I trim the airplane in flight. Okay, that all looks good. I'm going to taxi over to Bravo, and FedEx is right over there. Hopefully that works for you. Again, some people, you know, if I run a fighter jet with a canopy and stuff like that, not being able to use a hat switch and look up would be a problem. But I can look all around the cockpit with my quick views just fine. And so that means that it's really easy for me to do use that as my trim switch, because the Airbus doesn't have a bunch of other trim switches on there. And so that's kind of how that works. But it, you know, works really good for me. Here comes our turn. Okay, TCAS is now off. And we're not going to turn on the APU. And the other thing that we do in this airplane is when we get to the gate, we'll shut down our right engine, because that's the side of the airplane where the ground crew is going to want to plug in the power. So we don't want to use the plug. We want to turn that off. So I got to remember to do that. Looks like we got a little bit of a hill to go up here. So we're going to go, and as we make the turn, I'm going to boost my throttles a bit so we can kind of go up this hill. It's kind of hard. There's some bridges that you actually have to kind of climb over and go down, like the way Dallas used to be, and you really could end up going way too fast. Free Lethal, this was a fun flight. This is a fun airplane. Thank you for coming on in today. VATSIM is a good time. Does it, you know, it adds a whole different dimension to your flying. It really does, and that's the cool part about it. Polyot says to get the correct config, you got to talk to some guy named Jason. So I guess they don't use the these loading doors for their 777s. I think that's Loviz over in that. And I think the Southwest was over at the gate. I thought I saw a Southwest tail sticking up over there. Doesn't look like we're going to take off wingtips here, so that's good. There we go. Parking brakes. on, and engine number 2 is going to go off right now. We'll also turn off the nose light. That's pretty good. And we'll stop squawking. So transponder to standby. Over here, we're done there. We're going to go ground ops. And let's see, main page, we'll set chocks in place, and now I can request the ground power card. And then we look up here and you can see ground power is available. And after that, we can do engine number 1. That should be good. Coming on down here, ground service vehicles. Some of them are starting to show up here. Beacon can go off. Let's go ahead and turn off in opposite direction the hydraulics. We don't need the fuel pumps either. Ground power's got everything taken care of. And still waiting for the engines to spool down before we can turn these off. FedEx's 50th anniversary should display in the A cars. Coming in speedy to the stand. Well, it wasn't that speedy. It was probably pretty good. So engines are still slowly coming on down. Hey, now we can do stairs and side cargo. And here comes stairs and side cargo, and everything's good. Crew was not running for their lives. They knew there was a professional pilot sitting at the controls and putting us right. And actually, look at that. I think we're pretty close to the spot, too. Thought we got pretty close to our taxi spot. So, yeah, they were all very, very confident. Says, look at that. You know, they were diving for safety behind the containers. Very possibly. But we made it to FedEx land. And thank you for coming in and doing some flights with me today. Again, tomorrow, taking the A319. It is VATSIM out of Berlin. And we're heading to Amsterdam. Perfect for the A319. That should be a really nice flight. And I'm looking forward to getting a little Air Berlin flight going too. So that should be really nice. Departure boards, I haven't got the flight plans all set up. I'll get that done later on tonight or first thing in the morning. But it's the perfect time for me to say thank you for being here. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Twitch, on Patreon. Too many of them to keep straight here. Thank you for being with me over on Patreon as well. I will have your first flight all taken care of early on, and we'll go and do that. I think I see who is flying today. Go ahead. You know who is flying today, and we haven't seen, comes in every now and then. Dane Flats is flying. We haven't seen Dane Flats in quite a while. Why don't we go ahead and do that? So again, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for understanding, just wanting to come in and do a day of flying on days off and stuff. Thank you for flying with me. Thank you for being such great flight sim friends. There were some couple of really generous gift subs today. Thank you for being so nice to me, but again, thank you for being nice to other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub, and so I'm super duper grateful that you're being nice to other people, but also the way the economies are going and stuff like that. Thank you for being nice to me too and helping me to keep all of this going on. I really do hope that you had a good Tuesday, and today's been a good day. We get back into the full swing of things tomorrow. Our departure time tomorrow is 1900 Zulu. I hope you can come and join us. Favorite airline that I'll never get to ever fly, Air Berlin. We're going to go and do that one. But in the meantime, have a great evening. Hope you got some great food stashed around your place for some really good snacks as well. Time for me to try and click just one more button here. So thank you for being in here. Let's go and see if we can say hi to Dane Flats. Have an incredibly good evening. Again, thank you for the great support, but mostly, as always, thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time you know all about. Have a great evening. Stay healthy and stay safe. Cheers.
he's gonna take out those Azul ladies, and he's gonna basically be the. He thinks he's going out with 4 girls, and he's gonna be like the king and the master of attention. But in real life, what's gonna happen is set altitude at 8,000. Oh, we're getting a big fat raid from our dear friend 757 Spy. Where are you, 757 Spy? Say hello in the broadcast chat. Beethoven 1102, welcome back. Loviz, welcome back.
2995.
Did you hear your song, Beethoven? That was your song.
You've got areas of moderate to heavy precipitation between your 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
We've just begun our descent into New York City.
For a shortcut, just advise.
Booty One, welcome back. Long time no see.
Well, that was a waste of breath, wasn't it? American 221, same to you. You've got areas of moderate to heavy precipitation at your 12 o'clock within the next 50 miles.
Controller got a little frustrated there. You heard him? Bear 4050, welcome back. Long time no see as well. We're already going down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go into approach mode because we are on approach mode now.
American 1101, closing up shop here. New York's also closed. Radar services terminated. Change to advisory approved. Ciao.
Have a good night, Boston. Thank you for the ATC, American 1101.
Pleasure. Good night.